We're- Okay, it's 5:30. We'll call the meeting to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Tate. Here. Councilmember Carrillo.
Present.
Councilmember Stowe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Present.
Mayor Reyes.
Present. Thank you. And that brings us to oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for a closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have anyone? I don't see anyone in the council chamber. Anyone, no one on Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so then we can move on to the closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 items before the council in closed session. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, called Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator John Lawson, Patrice Hildreth, Employee Organizations, Porterville Peace Officer Association, Porterville City Firefighter Association, Fire Officer Series, Public Safety Support Unit, Management Confidential Series, Porterville City Employees Association, and on all unrepresented management employees. Item 2, Government Code Section 54946.95, liability claim, claimant Pacific Bell Telephone Company, DBA AT&T California, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3, Government Code Section 54946.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Cops Legal Counsel, existing litigation, statewide traffic safety and signs incorporated v. California Professional Engineering et al. And related cross complaints, Tulare County Superior Court case number 284137. Item 4, Government Code Section 54946.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Cops Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 7 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 5, Government Code Section 54946.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Cops Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases. Staff's report.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move into closed session and be back at 6:30. Okay. Okay, we'll reconvene from closed session. Are there any reportable items?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. On item A2 liability claim by Pac Bell, on a motion by Councilmember Stowe, seconded by Vice Mayor Flores, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was rejected.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Carrillo, followed by an invocation, so please remain standing. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and give an invocation?
Father in heaven, we're thankful for this day, and we're thankful that we have the freedom to come together as concerned citizens in Porterville. We ask that you'll bless the city council tonight as they make decisions that affect our city of Porterville. We're thankful, Father, for all the first responders, and we pray that you'll bless them. We're thankful, Father, for all the blessings you give our city and our citizens. And we pray you'll continue to bless this city with good things and that we'll continue to grow. We love thee, Father, and we ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. That brings us to the presentations portion of our agenda.
Thank you, Your Honor, and have a special opportunity this evening to recognize a couple of our city's fine police officers, and with that, I'll allow Chief Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Mayor, members of council, the Porterville Police Department believes in recognition of officers, their actions, and the outstanding efforts and service they provide to this community and their fellow officers. In keeping with this philosophy, the Porterville Police Department would like to recognize tonight publicly Officer Janet Bray and Officer Angel Hernandez for their efforts in June of this year. On June 21st of this year, Officer Janet Bray, Officer Angel Hernandez were dispatched to a residence in the 500 block of North Douglas Avenue for a welfare check on an individual who had sent concerning text messages. The text messages indicated this person was having thoughts of suicide and was potentially going to take their own life. Officer Janet Bray and Officer Angel Hernandez arrived on scene and began knocking on the front door but received no answer. Medical personnel had also arrived in the area but were staging because the scene had not yet deemed safe due to the nature of the call. Officer Janet Bray and Officer Angel Hernandez began checking around the property for this individual or any signs of distress. While checking the property, the officers located an individual and were able to determine this individual had hung themselves from a tree with a rope. Officer Janet Bray and Angel Hernandez immediately jumped into action by notifying the medical personnel who were staging, immediately cutting down the rope and beginning emergency CPR. Both officers continued life-saving efforts until relieved by fire and medical personnel. Just before transport to Sierra Medical Center, medical personnel were able to obtain a faint pulse as a direct result of Officer Janet Bray's and Officer Angel Hernandez's life-saving efforts. The individual was transported by ambulance and later admitted into the hospital in stable but critical condition. These two officers went above and beyond their normal call of duty in saving the life of a person in distress both mentally and physically. It is moments like these in which police officers such as Officer Janet Bray and Officer Angel Hernandez provide unmeasurable service to their community. The actions taken by these two officers on this day should be publicly recognized, and it is at this time I would like to present them both with life-saving medals for their heroic actions. at this time if they would like to say a few words and maybe introduce their family.
I brought my wife with me today. Sure, she doesn't want me to introduce her. She doesn't want to come upstairs, up front. I would just like to thank everyone here, City Council, and the administration from the Porterville Police Department for taking the time to recognize us in our efforts. I believe it's really important to show officers that their work is appreciated, so I appreciate this. Thank you, guys.
Hi, good evening. I brought with me my husband, Officer Bray, and my parents, and my children, and niece and nephew as well. I'd like to say thank you to the chief, city manager, city council, and the Porterville Police Department, and the entire administration. Thank you, guys. It really means a lot to us.
Mayor, do you mind if I leave the dais so I can go shake their hands personally?
If you'd like.
Okay, I would like to do that. And thank them.
Definitely, thank you to the two officers. I'd come down there, but nobody upstages Milt, so I'll do it from up here. Families definitely should be proud of the officers. Life is beautiful and precious, and we're lucky to have you, so thank you very much. And that brings us to oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward?
My name is Radine Strawn, and I live at 54 West Danner Avenue, Porterville, California. Item number 17, the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. You've been less than pleased with their performance in the past, and before the membership dues are paid of $25,000, I think that they should be required to submit a plan of action for our city, and also proof of what they have done for other cities to help promote them. Item number 18, the temporary library project. I feel this is a waste of insurance proceeds and should be used to build the new library. Porterville doesn't need a temporary library. We have school libraries. We need a permanent library. Stop making assessments and go ahead and build it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Rick Patterson, and I came tonight to address the council. I have 4 commercial rental units in Main Street, south of Olive Street. And I understand that the zoning in that area has been changed to retail. And I understand also from talking to staff that it's been in existence since 2010, so that's about 11 years. And I've been there a lot longer than that, and it looks like to me that if it's been in existence for 11 years, nothing's really much changed on South Main Street. Most of the businesses on South Main Street were heavy commercial, and that was what I built. In the 1990s, when I was a young man, I built 4 units in the 90s, and this was from vacant lots. The lots were vacant on South Main. These buildings were new. They were permitted and approved by the city of Porterville as C1 heavy commercial buildings. These buildings were not designed for retail. They are block, they are metal, they have roll-up doors and concrete driveways. I myself have long-term tenants, 2 of them, 16 years or longer, and all of this is automotive related. So my question to the council, to the city of Porterville, and to the planners was, so from now on, from this time forward, does this mean that every time I change tenants, I have to pay a $2,000 conditional use permit to the city, okay, to be okayed by the city to rent my units? I didn't sign up for this. Mumbo jumbo stuff, regulations, time limits on certain kinds of things that are in the ordinances. Can't sell, you can sell tires, but you can't mount them. You can, change oil, but you can't do any major adjustments, or you have to do this and this and this. I think that it's way too overregulated. I'm an old guy now. I built these units for income. I build them from scratch. And now I guess I'm second guessing myself because I don't really want to be a partner with the city, and I don't want to show up down here every time I get ready to rent one of my units. I totally disagree, okay, with the zoning uses that are now in force that the city has done. It does not fit the retail culture down there. All one has to do is drive down there and look. There are like 40 to 50 vacant units, okay, in the city of Porterville that obviously are at a retail. That's where it should go. We don't need any more units zoned on South Main, okay, to be retail units. Lastly, I have a tenant who has a great automotive business. He's ready to work, and he's going to bring people with him, jobs, and that in itself is a rarity. So somebody that wants to work. Conclusion, on August 20th, I rented the building to the prospective tenant. 2 hours later, I get a call from him saying that that he can't put his automotive, okay, in my building. So he came down to the city to get a business license, to get ready to open his business, turn the water on, do all the rest of the things that were asked of him, okay? But the city says, no, it's not permitted in that zone. I'm actually flabbergasted about it. I've had the buildings for years, and I've had every kind of heavy commercial use, okay, in the buildings. So August 23rd, I come down and meet with the planners. Outcome. The basic outcome was that they said, that's the way it is, and what's going to have to happen here is we're going to have to get all these people together from the PRC. I don't know, I think that's 12 or 15 people have to get the city council, and they'll get back to me. Well, something's wrong, okay? I mean, it's totally wrong. This is the main reason why I quit building in Porterville. Way too many regulations, okay? The permits were more than the buildings cost. The last one, okay, which is in the area zoned for retail, is a smog shop.
So your 3 minutes have expired, and you've had some repetitive comments, so if you could wrap it up.
Okay. I just want to say that they say that I can have residential, I can have apartments, I can have daycare, I can have rental agencies, all the stuff that doesn't fit the area. And I also think that the city of Porterville, okay, should be saying, okay, they should be the city of Porterville, not the city of no. That's what you get. I've had minor things happen. As a matter of fact, I have one right now that they have not got back to me on a minor kind of thing. And to wrap it up, okay, financially, I basically lost the first month's rent, and it looks like that if this continues to stand, okay, that my buildings will be a lot less, they will be worth a lot less money, okay, because what they were intended to do, you're going to zone them into oblivion, okay, and make it retail. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
Greg Shelton, 888 North Wilford Drive. I'm going to have two subjects. One is the TCEDC. I read the staff report. I tell a great story. About 12 years ago, we paid to have a study done on what we could do to bring more businesses to Porterville. And for $30,000, their brilliant assessment was, we're not on a freeway, we don't have rail line, and we don't have enough, and I remember, flexible and affordable commercial property. Now, here we are 10 years later, and TCEDC is saying the same thing. We don't have a rail line. We don't have enough commercial property. That's not true. What we don't have is enough flexible and affordable commercial property, a lot like what Rick Patterson just had to say up here. The problem we have is we went through the rezone, and I remember when it happened, I said, this is a bad idea, guys. They took South Main, they took downtown mixed use and said, listen, these are what we want because this is what's going to happen. It was all done, that plan was done in the middle of the housing bubble. All the assumptions within 2 years were out the window. Then the drought came, so all that changed everything in terms of landscaping and walkable communities. But yet we're sticking, we're holding on to this general plan that really is hopelessly antiquated. South Main's a good example of that. You've got Faggart Buick, and you've got Bill Melvin, and you've got Mendez Auto Repair, and you got A&T Transmission. You got all these places. And then I went down there and I counted them. There's 40 vacant buildings down there, 40. The problem with this is because of the zoning, the kind of use that you can make money in this town in, you're not allowed to go down there. So I had 3 people approach me, similar to Rick's deal, where it said, listen, I'm a mechanic. My boss is selling his business. I've been here 20 years. He's offered to give me the business. All I need is a commercial piece of property. Here's a guy in the middle of a pandemic who wants to work. Like Rick says, I was gonna say that too. It's the city of no. No. You can't do that. Conditional use permit. Oh, it'll be 2 months and $2,000. I told him, I said, it'll be $10,000 in 2 years. I said, it's not worth it. So my question is, in this 10 years, what's flourished is barbershops, tattoo parlors, and smoke shops. Now, we already have enough of those, but what we don't have is enough mechanic shop. B&B Transmission, he's a month out. He turns people away 4 times, 5 times a day, can't work on it. But we get a guy that wants to do a business, and what do? We say, no, you can't do it. You've got to if you want to, and this goes back to the TRD, if you're going to take that money, to have it say, hey, give us this $25,000 and we're going to do something great with it. Now, we can't prove we've ever done anything good with it. They keep claiming the Walmart, that's 30 years ago. Pro Document Solutions, that's 20 years ago. Are they even still there? And the question is, but if you give us this $25,000, we'll really do something with it this time. No, man, give the $25,000 to Jason. Have him fix the damn zoning map. Take some of those C's and change them to P's, permitted, even temporary permitted. But do something about the properties for the few people that want a job instead of like, oh, we've got to wait because, we might have some more tattoo parlors that need a place, Greg. It's crazy. It's insanity. Stop spending that money. Albert Einstein said the definition of insanity is doing something exactly the same way over and over again and expecting a different result. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We got to move on, man. We got to do something different because it's not working. And throwing money to another group that's basically going to promote stuff for Visalia or Tulare, which is all they end up doing with that money, is a waste of money. You might as well just throw it down the toilet. So let's do something with it. And let's not turn this into a 2-year deal. You could take that plan, you could go over there, you could put some P's in where there's some blank spots, and you could basically do a resolution and have it done in a month. Let's not turn it into a 3-year ordeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
I'm slow, but I'm 70 years old, so you could probably excuse me for that. But I'd like to start back.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, okay. You don't know who I am? You should know.
I was going to say the same, but please go ahead.
I've been around here a long, long time. My name is Charles R. Edwards. I used to work for the Porterville Shelter Workshop for 30 years. I've been retired for the last 12. I specialize in mental health and rehabilitation. Anyway, to get on to with the retirement, I was thinking the other day about back when I was a kid in the 50s when Eisenhower was president, and what's happened to our nation today, how we've lost so many fundamentals as far as respect for the elders. Back in my time when I was a kid and we had World War II veterans, they were highly respected by all of us, not only children, adults, but everybody. Everybody came back as heroes. But when the Vietnam War hit, everybody came back as not good individuals, a failure to our society because we did not come back winning a war and destroying a nation with a nuclear bomb. These are not really good memories, but they are good memories because it was a good time for America. And you might say it was more of a white society, America, at that time than a brown or a black society. But anybody that was in the wartime was able to venture and profit from it because everybody became heroes when that war ended. Now, when the Vietnam War started, you know, we had a bunch of kids that were loadies because I was one of them. And a lot of those kids were not mature. A lot of them thought they'd end up being heroes like their fathers and like their brothers and like their sisters, because we even had women, you know, in the military. And so they joined. A lot of kids joined and a lot of kids died. And a lot of them came back with brain damage because they were some of my friends. So as far as addressing elder abuse, this elder abuse has been going on for a long, long time. Ever since I was a kid, it's been developing for my age today. And the reason being is because we weren't able to achieve the war hero status back when I was a child. And so I feel that that stigma has come with us to this day. And that's why we have people my age that are constantly being abused in convalescent homes and everything else because the public never responded right to us when our guys came home. They were humiliated, spit at, all the bad things that happened. And we weren't received like we were the World War II veterans. So we should be shameful of ourselves as a nation, how we received our people from Vietnam. Anyway, to get to my point is I'm one of those individuals that have been abused for too long, and I'm tired of it. And I'm the type of person that's a fighter. And a fighter doesn't give up. He fights. And at 70 years old, I feel like I'm 40. I've got the strength of a 40-year-old man. And so I'm going to fight every darn day that this abuse stuff stops. It's ridiculous. We've got it in the Capitol. We've had people dying from it, from the virus. It's ridiculous. Why aren't we supporting our veterans? Even though they lost, didn't win the war, they still fought their heart outs and died for us while we sat here and did nothing. Think about it. At the time, if you were born, what the heck were you doing? Were you serving your country? Or were you sitting watching the boob tube? Because that's where most of the people were, watching television. Anyway, lately, myself personally, I've been...
Sir,
Yes.
your 3 minutes has expired, but go ahead and give you 30 seconds and you can wrap it up.
Well, let's put it this way. It's going to take a lot more than 30 seconds to finish up 70 years of abuse. 3 minutes is not going to cut it. I don't know where you get your 3 minutes at, but anyway. I would like to address the council that the council owes me money in the sum of $377 for a tow that was not authorized by me, and that 2 policemen took me home so that I wouldn't have to drive my car. And they left it at a mini mart, and the mini mart owner decided to have it towed away, and I had to pay the cost. So you guys owe me some money. And your third party looked at this report and turned it down. There is no turn it down. I got 2 cops that will witness to the fact that they took me home to Springville and left my car at that mini mart. So your third party needs to go and get another job. I've got a report here. The only mix-up in the report was the vehicle. Okay? I think they got messed up on the report on the vehicle. That's my guess because the vehicles are not listed on these papers. I will submit these papers. I want them back. I don't want them disappearing. And because I've taken the time to write them, and it takes the time at 7 years old to write stuff. But I will submit these, and I want to be paid soon. I'm not waiting. I want my money now. I've waited 2.5 months for this and been fighting you people over this. I'm not waiting any longer. I'll go to the papers if I have to. Anybody want to take this?
Sure, we'll be happy to receive them.
And I also want to say that there's a lot of mayors that have been on this council in the last 40 years that I've been here that are my friends. And I highly respect all the men that have served on here, and a lot of them are passed away. They were good friends of mine. And I want to say overall, I've been to these town meetings a long time, back to the days of Jesus and the cross and the pool and that character that we had here. And I would like to say I appreciated seeing the council across the street praying, because we do need to pray every day, every hour, so that things can be done right around here. Because God's the only one that can straighten it out, not the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward? Is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to speak during oral communications?
Your Honor, we have a Brock Neely who would like to speak.
Okay, let's bring him on. Welcome, Mr. Neely.
We have a Brock Neely who would like to speak.
Okay, let's bring him on.
Good evening, Council. Brock Neely, address on record. A couple of things I would.
Mr. Neely. Okay.
A couple of things that I'd like to talk to you about. First of all, on item 2, I owe the police department an apology. For the last few years, I've been saying that they need to quit buying the V8 Chargers because they cost more. Actually, I contacted Kevin Buzzard at the National Auto Fleet Group and inquired about that and found out that the V6s actually cost more because they're only available in all-wheel drive. So our police department is being physically responsible. So my apologies to them. And thank you for being physically responsible. The other item also has to do with being physically responsible. Item 18. When are we going to get a city engineer that can actually do an engineer's estimate somewhat close to what the reality is? We don't need to be spending time redoing bids and everything because our engineer cannot hit an estimate. This needs to end. It needs to end now. We have too many expensive street projects coming up that I feel that he's probably missed the one on Morton, or I mean on Newcomb. He's probably going to miss the one on Morton in a couple of years. So we need to have an engineer that can actually do an estimate. Thank you.
1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. We've got a number of reports, so what I'd like to ask is that we keep the reports as brief as possible because it's almost 7:10, and if there's any that you'd like to continue to the next meeting to report on that aren't time sensitive, you can go ahead and request that as well. But we can start with the first report, which is the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness.
Mayor, I was not in attendance, and Claudia Calderon will be providing the report.
Hi, Claudia?
I think she froze.
Haven't moved on already. So the next one up for report is the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Governing Board meeting of August 19th. Just a few items to report on. There was the acceptance and appropriation of $5.5 million of additional revenue for from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, to fund the replacement of agricultural tractors and heavy-duty diesel trucks. Of course, $5.5 million isn't a lot, but every little bit helps to keep that program going because it's an oversubscribed, very successful program. There was action to approve urban greening and vegetative barriers incentive program for the community monitoring of 617 for air quality in Shafter and South Central Fresno, which is interesting just to watch how the barriers and the urban greening is going to progress, as well as the acceptance and appropriation of $178 million in state funding to improve enhancements to the Alternatives for Agricultural Open Burning Incentive Program, which is basically to buy the burners that will go out to the vineyards and other ag places that are having trouble with the open burning and invest in companies to supply that service to them to solve some of the problems with the agricultural burning. For the most part, that is the conclusion of the reportable items, and we can move on unless there's any questions to the next item, which is the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation, the meeting that was attended by staff, the vice mayor, and myself, August 25th. I don't know if the vice mayor, if you want to.
I would like to hold my comment and my reporting since that item is on the agenda until that time.
Okay, thank you. And then there's the Sierra View Medical Center Imperial Ambulance Porterville Vaccine Roundup event from August 27th. And I know that there were a few members who attended. If anybody wants to comment briefly on that or take an opportunity later.
I was fortunate enough to participate with that. We had an incentive program for those that were getting the vaccinations, and the turnout was really beyond our expectations. And so in reality, we were set up to disperse 250 vaccines. We wound up having more than 100 beyond that number, and we were supposed to be closing at 6. And we called it the Roundup. We called it the COVID Clinic Roundup. And so we had them rounded up, and then we found 100 more vaccines. And there were people there that were getting their first vaccine. Some were getting their second vaccine, and they all got their gift certificates. And they all felt very good about being able to contribute the money back to the community. And I heard someone say that a lot of times our citizens don't have a lot of confidence in the federal government or the state government, but they will do just about anything to support us here in our own hometown. And they have confidence in our city government. And that made me, as one of the newest council, well, the newest council member on this team, it was inspiring to be able to participate. And I hope that we can follow up and do this in the future, continue rounding them up, and then once we get them there, we'll corral them. Thank you.
All right, I skipped one, report 4, which is a local initiatives navigation center service event from the 25th. Was there a report on that? Or Councilmember Tate, did you attend that for the
link?
The link?
Yes, I did. I attended that. I physically went to see the facility, and then I also participated in the Zoom meeting. And there was a lot of discussion about donations, trying to prepare with clothes drives, new jackets, shoes, socks, anything, because winter will be coming. So that's going to be happening within the near future, and it's going to be something that they'll be working with our communities. There are some funding, but they're accepting donations. We need more volunteers with Link. We need people who, like for instance, can volunteer to those that are hair care professionals, can come in and give haircuts on certain days of the week. And it's been very challenging because of the COVID restrictions. They have to be very careful as far as social distancing. And when I went to observe physically, I got there at mealtime, which was a real busy time because I got to meet a lot of individuals that were there. And so that about wraps it up. I will continue to attend these Zoom meetings. I will continue to go over and visit the site physically, and hope to be able to report back to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. There was an event that was a ribbon cutting for the Nupchi Ha'oi housing complex that has been built. And I was in attendance. I was fortunate enough to be one of the speakers at the ribbon cutting, and the vice mayor was there, as well as I believe Councilmember Tate was in attendance. So it was great to see that the completion of that project, as well as a lot of the units were occupied, and you could tell that the residents felt a sense of community just from coming out and witnessing what we were doing and being a part of it. And it's great to see that type of project that has that many units. I believe it's in my district, so I felt really relieved that the number of units is increasing, and that they're affordable was even more of a bonus. So I don't know if anyone else wants to add.
I'd like to echo in with a comment, because it was an honor to attend the grand opening. When I heard of the project, it was a highlight at one of the homeless task force meetings, with an emphasis on affordable housing for the Tule River Tribe and the Porterville community members. And of course, with the coordination efforts with the City of Porterville, the Tribal Housing Authority, and self-help enterprises, it was a celebration to see that this housing development came to fruition. That's my comment.
All right. Definitely a great project. The next report is a Porterville Area Airport Development Corporation, PADA. There was a scheduled meeting. Unfortunately, the vice mayor and my schedule didn't permit us to attend. However, there's been the ask to attend regular meetings for their relocation on a weekly basis, which we have agreed to entertain with the submission of agenda items. So should have some reports on that. However, we did also meet rather informally, but just as a to catch up with the chairman, Chairman Garfield, as well as the Mr. Santos, Council Member Santos, who's in charge of the relocation part, just to make sure that some benchmarks and some of the things we discussed previously were still in effect and on schedule. So there was really nothing to report there other than a checkup on what the scheduling is like. So the next item would be the Internal City Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to make a comment. It truly is a breath of fresh air to see the public attend meetings. And I'm looking at Mrs. Strawn because she has been very proactive. On a side note, before I decided to run for city council, I attended 13 years. And so it is a breath of fresh air to see that. We did meet. We met on the 31st. Councilmember Carrillo joined us virtually, and we welcomed our newest member for the City Audit Committee, Mr. Rob Taylor. Members, staff, we were all in attendance. From the Chamber Board in attendance was Mr. Ickes and Interim Porterville Chamber CEO, Ms. Christina Clausen. And again, a thank you to the members of the public who attended in person and virtually. One public comment was made by Mrs. Strawn, which she expressed her concern regarding quarterly payments, indicating that they were not acceptable. The scheduled matter is the approval of the minutes of the Internal Audit Committee from the meeting of the 26th, which was a unanimous approval by the members present, and the continued review of the agreement between the city and the Chamber of Commerce, the discussion of the potential amendments to the agreement. Clarification was made that the draft agreement that was sent to the committee was the same information that was presented to City Council on August the 17th as an informational item only from staff. It was clearly stated that City Council did not make any decisions at the council meeting and was provided as informational only. I also made a follow-up from the last meeting that the clarification needed to be made with regard to the fiscal year dates. The city and the chamber had different fiscal years. The second was the chamber was to provide clarification on a proposed payment schedule. At our July meeting, it was specific to the dollar amount of $35,000, whether to do a one-time dollar amount or continue with quarterly payments. And the third was regarding city responsibilities. And for the record and transparency, the Internal City Audit Committee received revisions made by the Porterville Chamber that morning and of August the 31st, and we received them at 10:54. With legal counsel clarification, Ms. Liu, we proceeded to work with the revisions and recommendations submitted by the Porterville Chamber draft agreement. With regard to city responsibilities under the proposed revision of the Porterville Chamber was with regard to the dollar amount of payment stipend. The chamber proposed an increase of an additional $10,000 from $35,000 to $45,000. I don't deny that the ask was a surprise. However, we made it clear that this amount could not be decided by the audit committee. The question was asked, where did this dollar amount come from for that increase? And comments were made. It had to do with cost of living, and it had to do with insurance, etc. But that request would have to come to the full council for the chamber to present the additional increase. I reiterated that at the last meeting, we had discussed the $35,000 one installment or quarterly payment. We moved on to the financial fiscal year date, which would be April the 15th. For further clarification, revisions, additions were discussed with a section to engage on a regular basis with the chamber. Regarding these two sections, Legal counsel will continue to work on the draft and the rewording revisions would be made. All of this is still tentative. Our legal counsel will be providing the draft agreement with changes to us so that we can review and continue with city council input, in particular to the financials, the stipend, and plan. This item will continue to the next internal city audit committee with the chamber. The next scheduled meeting is for September the 28th at 4 p.m. This concludes my report, and I'm going to ask Ms. Lou if there's anything that I may have left off, or does that pretty well summarize it?
I just wanted to clarify, I think the agreement's actually going to come to the council now. I thought, and I think we're actually moving on, but maybe I've got it wrong. Is that correct, Mr. Lawless? Oh, okay. All right.
Have any input? I mean, any
Just-
comment?
You pretty much covered it. Just one of the things I thought was interesting and helpful was we did in the body of the agreement, as we had the discussion, some of the topics of the presentations and information that should be provided back. We did discuss being a good partner with each other, but I think the role of the chamber, and that was brought up during the meeting, and the chamber being the small business support in the city, and then providing information, resources, and advocacy for the small businesses, but also legislative advocacy. So those things I thought were really important topics as a partner in moving forward. I just wanted to add that in also as part of our discussion.
Thank you for that, because it's hard to facilitate a meeting and take notes. Thank you for that.
Just a question, though. They're looking to have the language and the increase approved and at once?
No, legal counsel, I'm looking at Ms. Lou. I believe that was still going to be left.
Right, because it's all part of that agreement.
Correct.
So the agreements, the revised agreement is going to come back to both parties at a point. And so, yeah, they were proposing a change to the dollar amount.
As I said, we made it clear that that was not something that could be brought to the audit. It had to be brought to city council, and they would have to make that request. Please go ahead.
Mayor, so that was a question for me in the beginning because being new to the audit committee and getting that information so late, because Fernando did send it to us prior, but then when that was sent, I was at work, so I didn't even get it till the end of the day, even though it was sent that morning. So as the meeting started is the first time I heard the dollar amount change. So I guess I was I was confused there to how do we deal with that as far as approving and reviewing, not approving, reviewing and providing feedback to the agreement now with a dollar change as well. And so we discussed that, and as the Vice Mayor said, we kind of just said that's not something that we really discuss here or negotiate here. That's for council, so
Thank
that's
you.
kind of how we left that.
We cut to the chase. We went straight to that.
Yes.
And got it clarified immediately.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your participation in that. Up next is Local Agency Formation Commission.
Mayor, I'm going to report on that because there is information I feel we need to bring to the table. I'm going to backtrack just for a brief moment because I attended the virtual meeting of July the 7th, and what was where the sphere of influence and the annexation was presented. And the sphere of influence, the outcome was requested as a continuance with modification and/or changes. The annexation for Citrus Blossom was denied with a 4-0 vote in the July. I'm going to put emphasis that there were 2 commissioners and 2 alternates that were at that meeting, and I'm putting an emphasis with alternates. I did attend the September 1st meeting in person along with Mr. Lawless and Mr. Ridenour. I was there to support staff and to listen to see firsthand the outcome to the reconsideration for the Citrus Blossom subdivision annexation request. Reconsideration with an emphasis to that word. In person and on the dais, you had 4 commissioners, and you still did not have a large city representative, nor was the alternate there that was at the previous meeting. The 2 items were for the sphere of influence amendment to the City of Porterville, which a case number, and the continuance of a public hearing. The city had submitted the request of sphere of influence amendment with approximately 26.4 acres of land located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Linda Vista Avenue and North Newcomb Street. The item was continued from July 7th for further study. The mitigated declaration had been prepared in compliance with CEQA by the City of Porterville. The second item was the public hearing for the reconsideration of annexation to the City of Porterville and the detachment from the county service area with the case number identified as Citrus Blossom subdivision. The request for reconsideration was submitted for the annexation, was denied on the 7th of July, and the reconsideration area was for approximately 12.29 acres of land located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Linda Vista Avenue and North Newcomb. The hearing was intended for the property owner developer to bring back information that was not presented at the July meeting. There were public comments that were made by the property owner, the developer, their legal counsel, and several public comments were made. Though I am disappointed to the outcome, I'm going to choose to be very proactive versus reactive. As the discussion by the commissioners unfolded on the dais, the decision-making and policies and procedures were brought to the table by the commissioners. The role of the LAFCO commissioners, it had already come to the city. The city council had supported the venue in their vote, and it was city services that would be provided. There was a highlighted emphasis during the discussion on the dais with an emphasis as to knowledge, as when alternates come on, as to the training they receive. Because of the legal terminology with the wording reconsideration, and to bring back information that was not presented in the July meeting, this actually became difficult for 2 commissioners that were speaking and being supportive of their position to the annexation. The motion was made. There were only 2 options that were presented. The recommendation was made for option 1, which was to review the request for reconsideration and determine that either the request for reconsideration did not meet the criteria of providing new or different facts that could not have been presented previously, or that new or different facts did not persuade the commission to change its decision. And the commission denies the request, and new resolution making determinations would be needed. The outcome was a 3-1, and once again, the annexation was denied, but not without discussion and with emphasis by one of the commissioners. It was vocally stated that mandatory training should be expected of all commissioners and alternates, and to present a model case, which this would be a great example. This annexation, consistent with the general plan, and LAFCO, the commission presented it based on the recommendations that they had received. This annexation was request for city and all the services that would be provided by the city. This is just my opinion, and it has no bearing, but I attended the meeting and it was an observation. I believe that the outcome of this decision for the city becomes a precedent for future annexations. I believe it will be used as an example to a decision that was denied based on maybe personal feelings or versus what the role of the commissioners were in the decision-making process. This could come back to LAFCO once again or to the city, or I don't know how it's presented, but I was a little as to the outcome. It could come back where the owner and the developer could come back in a different role with different services, where it's could be on septic tanks and wells versus the request that was made for city water, sewer, and all the other services that come with the services. And before I conclude and say what I have to say, I really do want to thank the City of Porterville staff for their involvement, especially the departments of Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Reidenauer and Mr. Lawless for being just there in the forefront with staff to this regard. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like there's a lot going on with that project and at LAFCO now, so thank you for the report. There's one, another Local Initiatives Navigation Center Committee meeting from the 1st. Did you cover that, Councilmember Tate, also? Oh, I know that Link was listed twice, I think.
In her previous report, so there was a services day where she went out and actually saw services being provided that occurs on a bi-monthly basis. And then also there was the formal committee meeting, which is when they were talking about fundraising efforts and things of that nature.
Okay, and you felt you covered everything? Yes. Okay. So,
Confused, and I'm so sorry that I didn't realize it had been separated.
no, that's okay. There's a long list there, so sometimes it's hard to see. And so I had to look on the next page to see if there was any. Then the next report is the Eastern Thule Groundwater Sustainability Agency. I'll just briefly report the meeting on September 2nd. Just still working through the monitoring plan and working through the subsidence monitoring with a committee. But the most, probably the most substance in the actions that were taken that day, the largest action was that the Tier 1 penalty allocations were changed. So I'll just go ahead and read the notice. Very short. During the regularly scheduled ETGSA board meeting on the 2nd, staff announced the 2022 allocations as follows. Native safe yield is 0.15 acre feet assessed per assessed acre. Total precipitation, 0.086 acre feet per assessed acre, to be adjusted after September 21 precipitation is recorded. And transitional water, 90% allocation for the first year, 0.91 acre feet per irrigated acre. In addition, the Tier 1 penalty allocation, and this is the important part, the Tier 1 allocation amount is changed to $270 per acre foot as of October 1st. The current rate is $245 for Tier 1. So utilization of that rate can be made until the 30th of September at 5 p.m., and that's at $245 per acre foot. Any transitional water consumed prior to October 1st will also be charged at the reduced rate of $245 per acre foot. So just wanted to get that out there. That's important for everyone who has interest in water in our area as well as the city. And unless there's any questions on that, we can move on to the final report, which is for the Leadership Porterville event that happened on the 2nd of September.
Mayor, may I unfold the dialogue on that one?
Please.
Okay. I'm excited about it because it was an honor to be surrounded by future leaders in the 2022. The students that are a part of this leadership class, but I'm going to put an emphasis on the city of Porterville with 2 in the class. You have Eurico Velarde from the Human Resources and Derek Matthews from the Porterville Fire Department. Others included were from Eagle Mountain, Porterville Unified, Sierra View Medical Center, Burton School District, and Porterville College. Dr. Claudia Habib's presentation with her words of encouragement, in particular for the students to achieve and attain their goal, was very well thought through, and she spoke from her heart. And to be noted, it also pleased me that Virginia Garola continues to be proactive in the mentoring and providing leadership skills to the students in her role as the facilitator for the leadership class, and to the board comprised of the numerous organizations. The collaboration did not go unnoticed. Those are my comments.
All right. Thank you, and I know that the rest of you are in attendance as well, so thank you for attending and supporting the class. Yes?
I think Claudia is blinking again, if you want to go back to her.
Oh, Claudia, for the homeless task force.
We could, is she on?
I am.
Okay.
I just had a technical difficulty earlier.
Okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll summarize it, and because of the time. The meeting on August 18, 2021 was held virtually. In attendance, I attended as alternate to Vice Mayor Flores, who had a conflict. Mr. Lawless and Mr. Weidenauer were in attendance also via Facebook Live. There was a public comment regarding community members' concern on how they were discharged from Cubia Delta, and county staff referred them to contact the hospital directly and work through their conflict resolution process. There was also a second public comment regarding the Housing Authority effort to house 100 individuals in 100 days, and that was the 100-day challenge. So they indicated so far they had 10, they were on day 10 and they already had received 18 referrals. So that was going well. Their challenge there was with meeting apartment units and, the requirement to find the available units. And as we know, that's always hard in our area. Then they went on to the approval of the minutes from the July 21st meeting. And then there was a presentation and update on the project Room Key by Mr. Whitaker, who reported that there continues to be 2 sites, Sequoia Village and Tegas Gardens, one in Visalia, one in close to Tulare. 38 of the 50 units occupied in one and 11 rooms occupied in the other, holding 10 units for the pending renovation work. And they had reported 1 COVID case in 5 months. And so that was concerning because of the uptick of the new variant. Then there was also the next item was an update from Mr. Whitaker on vaccination efforts among residents without housing. And he reported of 2 new vaccination events that were going to be held in August 19th at the Centennial Park and the Rotary Skate Park in Tulare, with the ongoing coordination of the various partnerships. Then the county presented their new multidisciplinary team, which consists of various individuals in HHSA and as part of the county of Tulare. And their purpose is to work with partners to bring coordinated efforts to address homelessness. So they have drug and alcohol counselors, benefit acquisition, various different social work, clinical social workers, et cetera, to try to help make an impact in trying to house individuals. There was then a presentation by Dave Clevenger from Community Impact Corps, and it was on the Tulare Lighthouse Rescue Mission pocket courtyards and pocket shelters that they're currently using as emergency shelter. And this is factory-built shelters, which are phased plan to make them permanent housing by adding a kitchen and a bathroom, because right now they're just individual units with no plumbing. So there was a concern by the attendees as whether they would then meet the HUD housing quality standards once they became, into the next phase of permanent housing. And he replied that that was the goal, to make them up to code, up to building code, but also to do any of those modifications above the standards that could make the units pass with the housing quality standard test. So the next item was to update on the potential funding from the state, and Ms. Sharon Lopez, homeless MDT manager, provided a summary. And this was a summary based on the August 15th CSAC meeting, which covered state funding on homelessness. And she summarized some key points of which programs were the ones that were going to receive more funding, or new programs that were going to get funding. That included CalWorks, Housing Support Program, Bringing Families Home Program, which is the Housing and Disability Advocacy Program. There was also Home Save, Project Room Key, and Rehousing Strategy, Project Home Key, Homeless Housing, and various others like HAP Round 3 and 4, which was designed to build upon rounds 1 and 2, and also an update on CalAIM, which she believed that there was going to be a huge driver and vehicle to reform Medi-Cal, and a huge crucial piece in coordinating wraparound services for the homeless population. Ms. Lopez also indicated that the major takeaways were basically the state support for the longevity of the programs and the long-term investments, and the flexibility of the spending funds for these, the spending of these funds, and also a message that the homelessness cannot be solved in silos, and that partnerships are very important to not only leverage the funds, but also for collaboration on all the homeless programs across the country. And the final item was to receive updates from the various cities on the local efforts to address homelessness. For Tulare, the vice mayor presented basically reiteration of the vaccination clinic that was going to be hosted. And she reported that they also toured the Porterville Welcome Center with their police chief and the director of economic development and housing staff as part of their plan on consideration to help fund a homeless shelter within the city of Tulare. Then I followed with my report on the Porterville Welcome Center, which I reported there was 1,613 unduplicated individuals. And then that there continues to be the link events held at the Porterville Welcome Center twice every other Wednesday. And then also they're now going to be holding haircuts and bike repairs on a monthly basis, or at least that's the hope. And depending on need and use of the services, they average 15 haircuts so far in the couple of months that they've done it. And they will also be instituting a library component to their services. And then for Visalia, the city manager, Ms. Caviglia, indicated that on that previous Monday, the city council had approved several pieces of action for the lumberyard to become the loft site in Visalia. They had home funding for the Sequoia Village approved. There was a warming center funding that was being reviewed, and efforts for the navigation center continue underway despite some NIMBYism that they had encountered. And then they went over, an expected topic for the next meeting about Adventist Health going over the ER process of a person who's experiencing homelessness when they enter their ER, and how they go through that process. And there was a comment as to if they could also present their discharge plan. And then the next meeting is scheduled for September 15th, 2021, and that concludes my report. Mr. Laws and Mr. Ryan are welcome to add any information that I may have missed. Thank you.
Adequately covered it.
That's good.
Thank you. That brings us to reports, which I don't see any informational reports. Is there anything to report there, Mr. Lawless? No? Okay. So that brings us to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor, if there are no items to be pulled or any noted conflicts, I make the motion that we accept the consent calendar items 1 through 12.
Okay, we have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. And we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will have one public hearing that's been scheduled for this evening, and that's to consider the 2021 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, and Mr. Ridenhour will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and City Council. The city's 2020-21 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, has been prepared for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which I'll refer to as HUD. The CAPER reports on specific federal assistance allocated to the city for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. The CAPER is a performance reporting tool for the 2020-2021 Action Plan Program year and is required by HUD guidelines. The performance reporting meets 4 basic principles. 1, it provides HUD with the necessary information for the department to meet its statutory requirement to assess each grantee's ability to carry out relevant programs in compliance with all applicable rules and regulations. 2, it provides information necessary for HUD's annual report to Congress and is statutorily mandated. 3, it provides grantees an opportunity to describe to residents their successes in revitalizing deteriorated neighborhoods and meeting objectives stipulated in their consolidated and action plans. And finally, it assures that residents, community groups, and other interested stakeholders in the community development process are accurately informed of the use of the federal resources. In March of 2020, Congress passed the CARES Act to directly address the impacts of COVID-19. As part of the CARES Act, Congress appropriated $5 billion to HUD for allocation to cities and states throughout the Community Development Block Grant Program. As an entitlement city, the city of Porterville received a total of over $882,000 and amended its 2019 Annual Action Plan to include the CDBG CV funding for economic development to assist businesses affected by COVID-19 and to administer the program. The full report on BAP-CV accomplishments is included in the 2020-21 CAPER, as the receipt of the funds took place after the 2019 and 2020 CAPER. As required by HUD regulations and a citizen participation plan, staff obtained resident participation by publishing and posting bilingual public comment notices on August 20th, 2021. Staff published a public comment notice in English and Spanish in the Porterville Recorder and the Noticiero Semanal. Don't make me say that 5 times in a row. And the CAPER was made available for review electronically as well on the city's website. The public notices indicate comments may be submitted electronically and by phone until September 7, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. And at the time of this report, no comments have been received. If comments are received prior to the close of the comment period, staff will respond to the comments before the CAPER is submitted to HUD by September 30th, 2021. I also prepared, our staff prepared, I should not take credit for it, a few slides to just show what the staff has been up to. Are you able to see this on your screen, or I can make it a full screen if that would be better there? As far as program year budget, staff has been successful in pushing forward on all the programs you have seen. There is one program, the housing rehabilitation program, that has struggled a little bit. COVID-19, a lot of what we are hearing from applicants is they're looking to wait to not have contractors in their home, and on that front. As you can see here on the BAP CV, over $956,000 have been expended. And then also continuously the Parks program and first-time homebuyer program continue to be successful. And this slide goes through the statistics. You can see we've had 68 households assisted with first-time homebuyer class meeting our goal. We've had 1 rehab, 5 first-time homebuyer loans. And we also have other loans that are funded through CalHome and home funding. And then also on our public service, our case management for permanent supportive housing, 7 households assisted. On the continuum of care and link services, that number is lower due to the COVID restrictions that have prevented link from starting when it was originally planned. The park continues to be successful, as well as the BAPCV. There has been 14 businesses assisted, and I believe that there are 3 or 4 applications that are currently being processed. Some images of successful projects throughout the year, as well as a map that demonstrates the different projects and different programs throughout the city. As you can see, they're very much throughout the city. At this time, staff's recommendation is that the City Council conduct a public hearing and consider any comments received. Consider the draft 2020-2021 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report and direct staff to submit said report to the Department of Housing and Urban Development by the required deadline of September 30th, 2021. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, council, are there any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? Okay. In that case, we will open the public hearing at 7:57 p.m. Is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak on this matter? I don't see anyone here in the council chambers. Is there anyone virtually?
Your Honor, it doesn't appear that anybody is wishing to speak.
Okay, in that case, we will close the public hearing at 7:58 p.m. and bring it back to council. Councilmember Stowe, do you have a comment?
I was just going to say I make a recommendation that we consider all the recommendations that staff has presented.
That would include the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report?
Correct.
Okay, to include that, then I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we have 9 scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is to consider a library needs assessment review. This was before the city council at your last meeting as a presentation by the consultants that had prepared that in collaboration with your facility planning committee. With the interest of the council, with dialogue that occurred from that evening, and wishing additional time to reflect upon the presentation and the needs assessment that was prepared, and kind of what next steps were, was to allow for, over this last three weeks, to consider that presentation and the assessment presented, and then to provide comment, if you would, in regards to that and what would help and craft next steps. So several members of council provided comments, which are contained in the staff report, generally speaking to space and things of that origin. A member of council subsequently, as though not contained in the report, has, because not expressed in writing, has spoken to security and feeling that from the facility needs assessment that additional consideration should be given for security, whether that be cameras or things of that nature. So with that, I'd say staff, with the time that was provided and the assessment prepared, happy to assist council in defining next steps in the development process towards a new library.
Okay, thank you. And appreciate the opportunities to have questions submitted. I'd like to ask Councilmember Carrillo if she has anything that she wants to add. And then also, and if there's any response to questions that that you might know before we get into discussion.
Right now, I don't really, well, I provided a lot of feedback, a significant amount of feedback for just feedback regarding the assessment overall, and then also process, and just kind of recommending maybe the staff go through that and see what their thoughts are and obtain their feedback for council now. Because we have the needs assessment, I think we have some feedback from the committee throughout that. And then now I think it would be good with the council's feedback that was provided in this staff report for our city staff to kind of go through that and help us with some feedback there, maybe.
Okay. Councilmember Stowe, did you have any comments?
The only thing that I wanted to comment on, and Mr. Lawless may have touched it on his report, but I didn't. I may have missed it, is security. I just didn't see anything with security, like cameras, especially what happened with our last library. We should have some kind of cameras on the premises to secure it and make sure that so our staff can check out the patrons and make sure they're behaving themselves.
Councilmember Tate?
The only thing about it was what we talked about was some of the sizes of the conference rooms and projecting the future. Because once this is constructed, we will be, basically this community is going to continue to grow. And so that was something that was brought up previously that I think that we need to consider.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
First of all, I want to say thank you for all the comments that were submitted, because that kind of helps into the thought process. The needs assessment is a working tool. That is something that city staff can use as they look to, the way I'm looking at it, when I saw the needs assessment, the document is a working tool, whether it be for the commission, whether it be for city council to work with the committee, whether it be the facility planning, if needed to meet and to address the concerns, which is something that I submitted in the development process of the library. And working meetings with the appropriate staff, with the directors, finance. However, this is my however, and I shared it at the last meeting where we sort of highlighted on things. My concern is the size of the library as to future growth and the necessities that we look at. But then again, that would be with regard to the cost and to the projects and with staff recommendations as needed if there are any. And that's all I have to say. I'm just reiterating what I had submitted.
Okay, thank you. And I was glad to read the comments, and I know that I had comments about the report, the night of the report, but I think it's enlightening to see what other folks saw as points of maybe conversation or interest, and these questions really help to illustrate that. And I think that, looking back on the report and looking at the questions and even some of my own comments, that there's a lot that I think we already agree on about what needs to happen with the library and the basic structure of not the structure itself, but how the facility is structured, the services it offers, the standards and basic services that we want the community to have. I think looking at it going forward, there's the things that are the kind of the unknowns, like we talk about like things like the cafe and the 3 new rooms with the 3 new programs. I think those are really hard to digest and think about with a blank slate of a building, but then you have some programs that are now introduced. So if we can isolate the variables, the programs, anything that's a new program, anything that's going to take either staffing or partnerships, or with the case of a cafe, a vendor that's going to be operating it, anything that's going to take more study, a study session or a survey of any kind, isolate all of that, and then take the stuff that we know we need and really look at that. I think that's where we're at. If we can eliminate the stuff that may change on its own, I mean, this building is going to take quite a while to build. It's going to take a while to get established. There's a lot of programs that will come and go between now and then, sidetracking ourselves from what the main function is, which is to bring a library back to Porterville, I think is really important. So those are my 2 cents on what I think the next step should be, whether, however we decide to take it, I'm willing to go that direction, but I think that there's more that we fundamentally agree on in the needs assessment that we could probably start moving on than items that we don't agree on, or the items that would require more study. And I think really the temporary library it is a necessity in that it brings a library soon, but it can be one of the best sources of survey material that we get before we have the final product, because people will be coming and going and thinking about all the things they need. So we'll have plenty of time to get more input. We can formalize ways to do that, but those are just my thoughts on what we've been presented with, what we have to work with, where we should start, and what we can actually accomplish without going into too much more thought. So anyway.
May I comment?
Please.
Because it's a foresight as to where a location would be. And that is something that would be another discussion to part of the library. So that's the comment I'm going to make at this point, because we can go through with the assessment and we can go through all of this, but now it's a bigger picture to see that you're going to have to look at a location for the facility and for that, and discuss that at another time.
Yeah, and I agree. When I had brought up the variables, the outdoor area was one of those, and you don't know what the outdoor area is going to look like, what environment it's going to be, until you know where the location is. So that was another example, and thank you for pointing that out. So anyhow, I'd like to ask the city manager at what point or what stage, in a project like this, what would be the next phase for us to take another look at the assessment itself and try to separate it, or would you staff like to bring something back?
So this reminds me of a lot of a project. To use a parallel, we routinely receive proposed projects, which then we review through project review committee, and I think it speaks to some of these questions you have. So you have a needs assessment that presents a structure of a certain size with rooms with certain, which I guess that kind of speaks to the different activities. So some of those activities are going to have particular considerations, which, for example, the fire department is going to want to review, saying and I remember in the presentation, I think it was the laser cutter had a particular exhaust system, and I'm sure there's things the fire department and fire marshal would like to to comment on, and certainly kitchens have hoods and things of that nature. So typically what would happen is from a project proposal standpoint, we would review it from, does it meet all of the, what are the criteria from a code standpoint, as well as our own code. So from parking requirements to landscape requirements, which is going to dictate, if this is the size of building, and within that, options. I know the fire department's good about developing alternative means and those sorts of things. So there's this, but this. If it's this certain square footage, it's going to prompt these certain considerations. So I guess one approach could be, to further this conversation along, is to review the needs assessment as it's presented and identifying those activities. And certainly, I think it's an important exercise as well. If there are new activities, because that's been one of the questions that's been also brought up in the past, which is in the new facility, and I know that in the last needs assessment that was done back in 2009, talked about increasing the budget 100%. It was a 100% increase of the library budget for the operations as it was forecasted in that need assessment. So I think that's part of also looking at, if there are these activities, what's going to be the fiscal impact, and how would that, what does that staffing look like to do that, or if it's not staffing, what elements. So that's I can see the merits of that from a budgetary fiscal standpoint as you're planning towards that, and you know what your objective is. But also that there's, like I said, as a project is proposed, just as we do every Wednesday, there's, the proposal to build a 20,000 square foot, retail in a certain location. I wouldn't say we would look at location, we would look at, here's the parameters that would dictate that kind of building. And that could be single story, that could be multi-story, and that's how those options and where the fire marshal and planning would speak to that, if that'd be helpful. And that might provide a tool for future, here's what we're evaluating, and these are the different options, or any of them, ideal.
I think one of the things that, and thank you for suggesting how that might happen. One of the things that I thought might save us a little bit of, and this is just my opinion, might save us a little bit of grief, are to take the things like the laser cutter and the vent hood and the kitchen and the things that aren't naturally associated with the library function aside, and the music room, the maker space, the other place, just call them 3 classrooms, 3 fully functional classrooms. Because to me, when you start getting into the details of that, I mean, that's the cart way before the horse. And I think as we look at how we're going to roll this thing out, it'd be easier to consider those things once we see them, kind of show themselves within the design, rather than build everything around that. And then I can't tell you how many things have come and gone from the previous library. So that's where I'm coming from. Anything that is could potentially be a flash in the pan should be moved to the bottom of the list, and the things we know should be brought to the top. So, and I think we can work through the needs assessment with that. I think there's a lot to work with there. I think the security needs was a great catch. I thought that there was also not considering space, the need for distance between people in certain circumstances was something that wasn't in the document. So security, all those 1 or 2 people rooms, those all need to be monitored to some degree. But those are the practical things, and I think in the end we're going to be the ones criticized for what ends up happening in there, what ends up being put in there, and so I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we're looking at every little piece. Councilmember Tate?
Well, I was just going to agree with you. As far as taking it, sorry, probably muffled. As far as taking this step by step, like for example, like you said, let's get to the basics and then, progress from there. Working for the government, I've seen us build things, project the costs, look at all this stuff, build it, and then by the time it all gets done, some of the equipment that we actually install in the building, the warranties have expired before we even have ever occupied them. So when you get in there and you start running a dishwasher, for example, if for some reason it's not functioning, you try to get the manufacturer to come and do the repair. Well, because it was done so far in advance before it even had an opportunity to be used, this happened at Calvet facilities throughout the state. So then they had a kitchen, fully equipped kitchen, and a lot of the equipment wasn't functioning. Do you see what I'm saying? So as we progress on this and then add it and adapt it, as needed, then those things will be looked at as far as the fire marshal's safety and all of that. And then you're getting the most up-to-date stuff, and if for some reason they don't function properly, we still have warranties to make sure that they're useful, because some of those things were never used because of that, and it was a waste. Just a comment.
Very good. Your Honor, if I may say, I think I really, we have the assessment, we got input from the public, but I think now we need to find a location, because we can assess and put stuff in if we don't have the proper location or proper size lot, and some of the stuff won't be able, to go into. So we have to look and find a location, and then we make the plans to fit that location, because otherwise, you have this plan and you overbuild your lot, it just doesn't work out. So I think we need to determine where we're going to put it, how big, what size of the acreage of the lot is, and then we can go and carry on. Is my thought.
Thank you, Mayor Chairman. That was my concern, because we can talk through an assessment and we can make and provide all our input. My concern is the location of where this library is going to be. And we have to start looking for that.
No, I agree. I mean, so much is dependent on the location, even what part of town and who's going to be regularly accessing it, by foot or on the way home, those things are very important. So, that's with our committee, was there a time frame when they were going to look at locations, or were they waiting?
I'd say they're seeking direction from the council on what, I would say everybody's kind of seeking direction from the council on next steps. They have a meeting that is scheduled, but it doesn't have what their next task, if any, is. Is that a fair, council member?
Yes, and location, we haven't even discussed that at all. That hasn't been a topic of the tasks from what was presented in the beginning. That was never really on that task list.
And so I think that would be a good next step. But I think staff with considerations for zoning and other development can look at some of the practicalities of it, just to kind of get some ideas that won't require a lot of other projects around it, but come up with some ideas. That way it can get the committee, considering the surrounding amenities and what it's going to look like. That would be my thought. Is that, do we need an action, or just we need direction on this?
I'll defer to the city attorney. To what extent direction is sufficient, or do you want any particular action?
Well, I think direction is okay, and if you're gonna, at this point, I think direction is fine. If you want to make some sort of definitive action, then then for sake of clarity, I think staff's gonna want a motion. But if we are directing for a future meeting, it's okay to just simply go with direction.
Yeah, and I think that, I know that there was some previous relocation or new site information for the library that from years back. So if that could be provided with, this is just my suggestion, if staff could provide some available possibilities, the prior information be submitted. That way the current committee will see what had been submitted prior, as well as any new suggestions, and then take it from there with a report back on maybe whether it's a survey or however they, decide to get the input.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of and it was before my time, but kind of hear the oral history of the courthouse siting. So you had the state with a certain amount of dollars that was going to develop a courthouse. No one knew what it was going to look like, what was going to be contained within it. But then part of was siting, because it was going to confine. They had a general idea, number of acres, but they, number of courtrooms and those sorts of things. So. There were a number of locations, and there was public input to locations, and then ultimately came to dollars and cents. Became into negotiations for different. And I would say similarly, not all sites. So you have in the past has been evaluated properties that are under ownership of the city, as well as those that are not, and would require acquisition, potentially demolition, reuse. There's any number of considerations. So. It's not the first time something like that has happened in the community that has that kind of lasting footprint. So, so it's something that can be reviewed on. So, I guess it would be helpful for staff. So certainly we can, through your representative to the committee, begin looking at potential locations, or at least look at, based on past analysis that's been done. And looking at what, potential configurations. I still think there needs to be some amount of staff at a magnitude size, not what's in it, but what's the size that you're looking at. And, I guess that comes to the question, and it comes to some of these comments in here, because this goes to location, which is, can it be expanded? Sometimes you'll have geographical boundaries. Frank Kern Canal is a natural boundary. The river can be a natural boundary, and you could span it, of course, but or sloughs. So, looking in as part of the evaluation, expansion opportunities, and looking at should we just begin with the 40,000 square foot as the beginning point of looking at potential locations based on that.
I guess the last thing I'd ask is for Councilmember Carrillo, if what we've suggested or been asked to bring, if there's anything that you would suggest or ask for differently to receive for the committee to be able to function more efficiently with it. Because I don't want to just suggest all this stuff and then you have to go and try to unravel it for everyone.
Thank you.
So whatever will make it more
Thank you
practical
for that.
you.
I think for me, on behalf of the committee, I was just going to clarify that the council would like that committee to make recommendations for location. So that is going to be, I just want to make sure that the staff is okay with assisting in, I guess, guidelines and boundaries of, how are we going to work with that committee to make those suggestions. So it's not, it's kind of, how do I say this? I guess it's just within the realm of what we want and what our expectations are of that committee to make those types of recommendations, to provide some type of guideline, I guess, whether it be square footage or what we don't want, things like that, I guess is any more clarification on those pieces to take to that committee would help.
Okay, and I think staff would be more than happy to talk about some of maybe the limitations based on locations and things like that. But also for the committee, when I ask the staff give some suggestions, that doesn't mean that the committee can't think of something else or think of a different location or dream about something else. I mean, because I think that's part of the decision-making process. And not to stifle the committee on a vision that a member may have and not be able to bring it up. That's not the point of my asking the staff to give suggestions. So however you think that you can efficiently elicit the information from the group, I think would be great. And I trust that you can do that. All right, so is that enough direction for?
Yeah, I believe so. Well, if it's okay, I wouldn't call it I would like kind of some input from those that are going to, from a code standpoint. I don't want to get too far down somewhere and say there are these limitations, which is not bad. Sometimes those are bringing those to your attention, and should they be different, or is there a way to address it? So, you know, parking is going to be one, and then what is the affiliated activities that might prompt that, and because that might have some considerations about, you know, what. And I'm just looking at some of the challenges, and much of the comments I received because there wasn't any parking provided for the previous library. And that's why I keep coming back to that a little bit of what does the programming look like, and it could be something as innocuous as a city employee luncheon that, well, with 300 employees that come, and many of them coming during their lunch hour, that's prompting a certain amount of traffic that was coming, and so, you know, looking at what those kinds of activities might look like, and that was a non-library activity happening at the same time along with the city function. So I think those things would be kind of helpful just from the processing standpoint, from the different departments. And they can be also as innocuous. We're having a conversation right now with regards to city connectivity to broadband. As dollars are available, conversations we're having, not all city facilities are supported equally in this community, just as residences are. And there's different providers, whether it be AT&T or the one the library benefited from was Vast Network, which was a public-private partnership rooted around libraries and colleges, institutions of higher education as well. So there's some of that analysis that I think that we're currently doing, unrelated to this, but looking at how city facilities in the community can be better served as part of that analysis also. So that brings in our IT folks who are actively looking at our broadband infrastructure and connectivity of city sites and really how the community is better served.
Yeah, and Your Honor, if I may suggest too, just from previous experience, when we have that committee, you might want to have your fire marshal, your planner, and things there, because sometimes they'll pick a location that's not accessible to a fire truck. And the fire marshal says, oh, that won't work for us because we can't get, we can't get to swing the fire truck around. Or the planner has something, but the code enforcement person would have some kind of, but those people at that committee would be very helpful in choosing a location.
I agree. It's good to have the reference of folks with that type of experience, and I know it's sometimes when you don't and you're kind of dreaming, you can get your heart set on something and then find out that it won't work. So maybe we can save some heartbreak and have some check-ins every once in a while for that, especially with the location part. Anything else? No? Okay. Thank you. So that brings us to item 15.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is Music on Main Fall 2021, consideration of, I'll call it community civic event, but it's one that is an internal city one that the city helps participate in. Mr. Moore, do you want to add any comments to that?
Sure, I can cover this. Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, and members of the council. The Chamber of Commerce is proposing to resume the Music on Main Street free concert series after being on hiatus since fall of 2019 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The city has served as a co-sponsor of Music on Main Street since its inception. Parks and Leisure Services provides logistical support for the concerts, while the Chamber of Commerce is in charge of scheduling the musical performances and organizing additional activities to enhance the events. Music on Main Street is proposed by the Chamber to be held on Fridays at 6 p.m. at Centennial Park beginning September 17th and continuing through the end of October. Music on Main Street will adhere to all current safety guidance related to COVID-19 and is subject to change. The internal community civic event form, since it's co-sponsored by the city, was routed to city staff, and those comments were included in the staff report. The recommendations that the council authorize Music on Main Street events to take place in Centennial Park fall of 2021. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Moore? Any other questions or motions?
Not a question, more of a comment. And I mentioned this to the city manager this morning. The Music on Main, the chamber organizes it, but Parks and Leisure does all the work. I think the chamber, should either reimburse them for their personnel out there. There's no reason for Donnie and Amy be out there setting up chairs. And when they could just organize the whole event, in that case, they can, it's nothing to call someone and says, hey, we want you to play this week, and they set up the event. And but the chambers, I shouldn't say, I'm not worried about getting the credit, but they should have a dog in a fight. They should get their volunteers out there to help them set up chairs or take down chairs or whatever the case may be, if they're going to go, especially when we're giving them money for these events. Why should we give them money and our personnel is doing the work? Is my only thought. I mean, even if they did half the work, and just have a couple or 2 or 3 volunteers out there to set up the chairs and do things to help them out, instead of them out there all day long in hot sun setting up chairs and taking them down after the event, late at night when they could be home with their families as well. That's my only thought. So I'm just saying.
No, I think that's, I mean, I suppose that's, something that the internal audit committee can bring up with the agreement.
May I comment? May I comment? At the last audit committee meeting, the interim CEO did state on a side note that she has no ambassadors right now and that she's working to bring that back to the chamber. But there are no working ambassadors right now. That's the only comment I'm going to make.
So and hopefully they can, get some volunteers out there, but, I know from both being the person out there and then even performing out there and volunteering out there, that you always need somebody out there in case something goes wrong, because it does. Power goes out, equipment fails, so, and you're right, sometimes people are out there putting chairs away until the thing's over. I think that's something that should be discussed, especially to be able to have a fresh start with a new CEO. I think it's a great time to be able to talk about how to make those things a little bit more streamlined. Why rely on the practice of the past when the other side doesn't have a recollection of the past? So I agree. Looking at those practical things, I think is important.
I have a comment because these event dates are being asked for September the 17th. The audit committee isn't meeting till the last Tuesday of this calendar month. I'm just making that comment.
So that any correlation between the two things and any information wouldn't really cross until that meeting happens.
Then.
And that's fine. I think, the community, this is something the community wants. I don't recall if we moved to approve this, but I mean, I would gladly move to approve the concerts, and that, they're adhering to all the guidelines, which, anytime these come up, you want to make sure that that's part of it. And I think that, the attempt to get out there and do this, I think is valiant, and I'm glad they're trying to get the Music on Main Street thing going. That is hard to do. So I'll make the motion that we approve.
And I'll second it, but even if you look at the application, the sponsoring department is Parks and Leisure Services, Amy's the contact. I mean, it's not even the chamber. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
Well, just for clarification, because this is a city-sponsored, we go through and do an analysis of this event, because essentially we're responsible for logistics, so is that a fair, just to be from a fair assessment?
That is true.
So
This is a this is actually a joint event.
right, so under the existing agreement that we have with the chamber, this is an agreed-upon activity where the chamber is responsible for scheduling, and the city is responsible for logistics, which includes setting up of chairs, making power available, those sorts of things.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and that's the reason I think it ought to change, because, you know, I know why it happened and why it's there, because I was at the doorstep when all this started, so.
Mayor, can I make a comment before we vote?
Sure.
So one of the things I think about this is I think, yes, they went through the process, and I appreciate that, and followed the guidelines and working with the city staff. But as the vice mayor stated about, she did mention the lack of ambassadors at this time, which are their volunteers. But to me, and they could have other important business tonight, but this would have been a perfect opportunity for them to promote at this meeting that's public to our city and our community, that the need for, you know, supporting this, but also looking for ambassadors to be involved. I think there would be people that would want to help and contribute to a city event like this. So, I mean, I remain hopeful that we strengthen our partnership with the chamber, but I just wanted to state that, to me, this would have been a perfect opportunity to promote the event, the partnership, and seek ambassadors.
Thank you, but my only thought, you know, they had 10 people out here when they went to ask for money, but they can't get 5 to set up chairs. I mean, that's, like I said, I'm just saying. You know, if you can pack the chamber asking for money, then you should be able to at least get 5 people to set up chairs and take them down.
That's what you would call a working board.
Pardon me?
That's what I would call a working board.
Exactly. I mean, if you're going to be co-sponsored, let's be a co-sponsor.
Well, and I'm glad, you know, I'm glad we're saying this, and I'm glad we're at the point where the agreement is being discussed, because I don't think any of these things would be addressed if it weren't for the fact that now's the time that things are changing. So we have that going for us. So I made a motion, and does your second still remain? Yes, it is. Councilmember Stowe? Is there any other discussion?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing leadership working with us, because I know if I were in leadership back in the day, that was one of the things that would be delegated to us as a class.
I agree, and there's help out there, and I think that's what Councilmember Carrillo is saying too, is that there is help out there. So, but we'll go ahead now and call for the vote. Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so I've been asked to take a short recess. I hate to do that since you're in the audience, but we're going to take a brief recess. And
10 minutes?
10 minutes. 8:49. credit for it. Now we got everybody. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And we were at item 16.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Next item on order is consideration of the Finca Serena Affordable Housing Development Density Bonus. And Mr. Ridenhour will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Chapter 302 of the Porterville Development Ordinance, Affordable Housing Density Bonus and Other Incentives, provides incentives for affordable housing for lower and moderate income households in a manner consistent with the California Government Code Section 65915. The goal of the state and local regulations is to encourage development of affordable housing units and establish requirements for resale and rental controls to ensure that units remain affordable for at least 30 years. Affordable housing incentives may consist of a variety of items such as reduced minimum lot sizes and/or dimensions, reduced minimum building setbacks, and building separation requirements, reduced minimum outdoor and/or private usable open space requirements, increased maximum lot coverage, and increased maximum building height. Such bonuses are applicable only to residential projects of 5 or more units and require City Council approval. On September 27, 2019, Upholdings submitted preliminary plans to the Project Review Committee, proposing an 80-unit apartment complex with a community center for low-income families and individuals experiencing homelessness located at 358 South East Street. UPH, as Upholdings goes by, is proposing 80 multifamily units of various sizes ranging from 655 square feet to 1,014 square feet, establishing affordable rental restrictions on 78 units for a period of 55 years, with 2 units being reserved for on-site managers. The applicant has submitted the required application for affordable housing, density bonus, and other incentives. The proposed number of affordable units, 78 of 80, is more than the 30% of total units. Therefore, the project is permitted to have 3 incentives or concessions. The applicant has identified and submitted the proposed incentives as follows: reduction of parking spaces from 136 to 110, reduction of required carport or covered parking dimensions from 11 feet by 20 feet to 9 feet by 20 feet per unit. Those will be altogether, but it's sizing per stall. And a reduction of setback from 10 feet to 7 feet when adjacent to parking areas. Staff has determined that these incentives are necessary in order to provide the proposed targeted units and that incentives will not have a specific adverse impact on the community or adjacent developments. UPH has indicated through their application that the restricted units will not exceed the 30% of the 80% percentile of median income for Tulare County at admission. Construction is anticipated to begin in October of 2021 and is expected to be completed within 15 months. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the rental restriction agreement between the City of Porterville and UPH Porterville LP and authorize the mayor, city manager, and city attorney to sign all necessary documents, as well as Ms. Jessica Berzak of Upholdings is on the Zoom call and is available for questions, as well as staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for staff? Are there any questions for the applicant, who I believe is on Zoom?
For staff, I'm still trying to get the location down. I know I see East Street. What was there that I
So
didn't-
this is undeveloped parcel.
It
It is
has always
located on
been, right?
East Street. It is just north of affordable housing complex there that's on the river's edge, they call it. Also to the south of Friends Lover on Orange and E, which would be across street. I have a map up on the screen as well.
And actually, if you look just to the east, you'll see what we call the Y. So that's currently owned railroad property where it used to go up Locust Street where trains would turn around back in the day on Locust. And alongside the Butterfield Stage Corridor.
Here's the Tule River. And
Friends Lumber, was right. Oh, okay, now I understand, because I was on the other side of town. All right, we're good. I'm thinking, man, I was so confused. I was like, where are we? All right, thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions. This is a project that I heard about at the Homeless Task Force meeting, and it was something that was highlighted here a while back. So if there are no other comments or anything on behalf of staff, I make the motion that we approve the rental restriction agreement between the City of Porterville and UPH Porterville LP, and authorize the mayor, city manager, and city attorney to sign all necessary documents.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you. On to item 17.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item on order is consideration of membership in the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. This item is before you again this evening from its meeting of August 3rd, 2021. City Council considered requests of Tulare County EDC to rejoin as a public sector member. And after discussion, the council didn't take any action on the TCEDC request that evening, and Mayor Reyes and Vice Mayor Flores both expressed their interest in attending the next TCEDC Board of Directors meeting and providing the council their perspectives from that meeting. Mayor Reyes, Vice Mayor Flores, and city staff attended the EDC board meeting of August 25th, and a copy of the meeting agenda was provided as attachment in the staff report. Also later that day, Mayor Reyes and Vice Mayor Flores participated with city staff in a virtual meeting with a prospective renewable hydrogen production company looking to locate in Tulare County and considering several portable sites for development. Company expressed its preference in locating on city property. That was one of its considerations, which kind of looking at both public and private property, essentially looking for property for sale, and specifically looking at what had been listed, I think, on LoopNet or others, as well as sites. The city has continued to submit sites for consideration, and the EDC's been, even though we've not been a member, has been considering Porterville sites for potential prospects, and this is one particular example. What was kind of unique about this is that the city's strides towards renewable energy, and actually from a hydrogen standpoint, has looked at how it could serve its own purpose. And it's really about all of the different activities being planned out at the city's corporation yard with regards to a microgrid, zero emission vehicles, as well as tertiary treatment plant operations. So it's kind of a unique, and I'm not making any commitments to that, but I would say the conversation was different in Porterville than it had been in other jurisdictions, just given the commitment of the city to renewable energy sources. And specifically as it related to this particular prospect. Though I would be candid, it wasn't really a large job developer, it was more looking at what that asset is, or renewable energy source that is created through that. So, and I won't go to the lengths of repeating the whole staff report as presented previously, so, but as indicated, that city has been a founding partner of the EDC and longtime participant in that, and then Just given lack, I would say lack of results, city withdrew from membership last year, as did other cities, where there's been changes in the organization, changes in, I would say, the operational structure, and really for consideration whether the council wishes to rejoin the EDC and I guess in its new configuration. And happy to answer any questions. And again, the mayor and vice mayor were part of that visit to that as well, and certainly can answer any questions or observations they may have also.
Vice Mayor, did you want to
I want
discuss?
to go ahead and comment because we did attend, and I want to go ahead, and I would have shared this under the AB 1234 reports. However, I want to make it clear to the public that the SWOT analysis is information that was provided by the predecessor, Mr. Saldana. So this is the working tool that the current CEO is looking at, whether to enhance it, to work with it. That was a tool that was provided previously at the council meeting. Now, one of the things the mayor and city staff, Mr. Ridenhour and city manager and I, we did go and we did attend. When I got the board packet, I want to say how much I appreciated that almost immediately the list of the board of directors was provided, and of course, a summary of the meeting minutes of the previous meeting. Looking at the agenda packet, the financials were detailed in what was put in the package for the report, the balance sheets, the income statement, the year-to-date, that the budget and the accounts receivable and payable. It was noted at the meeting that they have outsourced the financials to a CPA so that there would be accurate financial accounting and provided in a timely fashion. There were project and client service updates, and what I liked seeing the most as they were being reported out were the active projects. Also included were the inactive and the closed projects. The CEO also provided what the 2021 year-end metrics with the information that was listed with the projects, the leads, the proposals, the incentives, etc. There was an item on the agenda that had to do with the relocation guide. That had to do with future projects, prospects, not projects, for healthcare and educational organizations as they draw to Tulare County. One of the things I want to share, you talk about and you've asked about what has happened since the city of Porterville withdrew. Well, the notable projects, they held the summit, the economic summit, on the 30th of April. On that day, they also rolled out the real estate database. I was on the summit virtually, but this was information that was presented to the council, to their board that morning, along with the information as to the purpose of the real estate database. What was announced that the city of Lindsay and Farmersville returned. One of the things that really made a difference to me, this is the first time I have heard in any reporting that they had held their first strategic planning session on April the 23rd, 2021. And they relocated, they are more centralized, they moved to downtown Visalia, and they are a staff of 3. That concludes my report. That's my summary of what was presented at that meeting on that day.
I'll kind of give my take. Thank you for that, and thank you for your observations and relaying that to council. And I'll kind of give some from my perspective. I had served previously on the board, and so I had seen how the items and the information was given to the board, and observed how the meetings were run, and as well as things like the energy in the room and questions and asking questions, evading questions, things like that were sometimes what previously had happened. But the thing I noted, and you know, in the Bay Area, I worked in a lot of high-tech companies, a lot of startups, and the energy I observed was a little more akin to you know, startups, high energy, people that were working together. So there's an entirely new team. The synergy amongst the team seemed pretty strong, as well as during the meeting. The progress of the meeting never really stalled. There was input from all the members, as well as and it's, I guess it's pretty standard now, but a use of technology to conduct the meeting, as well as people who were there physically in attendance. So I think the financials were presented in a much more straightforward manner that was easy to read, and pretty clear, and all the reports were straightforward, and there was no lingering project list of projects that have been on the, you know, a couple years on the list and nothing's happened. So some of the real points that would kind of drag things on were eliminated. A real effort to show some forward progress, momentum, and participation from the board was good. I would like to see more of the private sector involved, but one thing that did come up during the meeting was that all the communities each have their strengths, and so as these prospects come through, even though they can work with us if we're not a member, sometimes those strengths aren't displayed as prominently if you're not a member and you're not, you know, in there for communication. I know our staff communicates well, and the city manager referenced a discussion we had after with the potential prospect, but so I thought, you know, it was a good improvement from where they had been before. I know that there was another council member who served between when I served and when we left, so I didn't know exactly what happened during that time, but you know, from what I saw, the organization seems to be streamlined. The team works well together. The two other employees that were there had worked previously together at another location, so they had a good rapport, as well as the synergy in the entire office was, I believe, is it the WIB that is part of it? Yeah. The relocation seems just more, it gives you that feeling that everybody there is motivated for the same purpose, and so there was a nice energy in the room. Sorry, City Manager, you're going to say something.
No, I was just saying, they've co-located with the WIB in the same office.
So anyway, those are my observations. I don't know if you have any questions, and I know.
You want to go first, or if you have anything?
I have a couple. No questions. I guess just in looking through the packet prior and then hearing the mayor and vice mayor's comments from that meeting, thank you for that. That's really good feedback, I feel like. And it coincides with what's in our packet. I like the transparency of this information in showing the 27 active projects, the financials that are detailed, and also the even just the annual calendar of the meetings, so you can clearly see when they meet and what those consist of. Those are just things I appreciate from the packet and your feedback as well.
Okay, and I know Nathan's here. If we have any questions.
Well, I'll have a question for him if he's going to come up after he speaks.
Would you like to come forward and answer some questions?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh.
I don't know. I have a question. I thought you were going to say something, but as I look through the budget, and it has revenue for the economic development, private sector is $5,500, you know, and that's very slim, but, I understand it's private sector. They don't get a lot out of, once they're in, they don't get a lot back, I don't think. Not sure. Public sector, which are cities, and it's 150,000. My question is, cities are paying most of that. And you're coming to the cities and asking us for $25,000, for dues and whatever. Are you going to go to the Board of Supervisors and ask them for what they fair share, what they should be paying? Because they're the ones that get benefit from this. Every business coming to Larry County, they benefit. As we spoke this morning, we were talking, and they should be paying the fair share. We're not, and the cities are holding this up.
We had, I appreciate the question. We had this conversation, I think, last time when we were here. Mayor Reyes was speaking to that as well. A quick point of clarity, the number that you saw in our financials for the board packet that's included in your agenda this evening, the $5,500 for private sector investment, that's what we received in the month of July. The EDC operates on a July to June fiscal calendar, so July was the first month of our fiscal year. Our budgeted goal for private sector investment this year is $60,000. So we're looking at a target of $5,000 a month, essentially, in private sector investment. So we hit our goal for the first month. I can tell you that we're on track as far as the budget through August and then into September. We're on track with where we want to be in terms of the private sector. To the point of a fair share for the public sector and the particular entities in the public sector, I think we all realize, and after discussing with my admin committee after I came and spoke with you last time, I think we all realize that's a conversation that needs to be had. Mr. Lawless is part of the city managers group that developed the previous model and could probably speak to the rationale. And
I'll tell you exactly how the conversation went.
We've done that.
The county said, this is the number we're going to pay. You guys go figure it out. That's what they did.
And I think we are, and I appreciated the comments from the mayor and the vice mayor. I hope that folks recognize we're looking at almost an entirely different organization than we were looking at 12 months or even 18 months ago. So I am confident that those conversations can be had, but I can tell you on behalf of my board of directors that we hear you, and it's something that they're looking at.
Anyone else?
I just don't feel like I know enough about it to really make a comment as far as the benefit to our city, as far as contracting with them. And that's what I'm here to listen to.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I had
The benefit of us contributing to your organization, what services are you going to provide to us? What are you going to do for us?
Well, and I'll just preface that in that Councilmember Tate is one of our new council members. I think it's great, and I would just say answer that like you're telling us for the first time. Sure. I'd say.
Me too.
And also just might add, speak to the community so that they understand it as well. Thank you.
Sure, and I think just in brief summary, the TCEDC, our job is business attraction, expansion, and retention. Normally, it's the acronym BEAR, expansion, attraction, retention, but we kind of focus more on the attraction and expansion efforts. And basically, our job is to work with folks to bring businesses to this county and its cities. Okay, we do that hand in hand with city staff. Mr. Ridenour and our team are in constant communication as well as the city manager. So basically the way this works is we both go out and solicit companies to consider relocating in our area, and we go out and we receive incoming solicitations from companies that are looking to relocate here. And in a sense, our job is to facilitate conversations with these entities and with city staff in an attempt to, if you will, augment the work that they're doing. Some of the things that we are able to do, for example, is with respect to the hydrogen concern that Mr. Lawless presented in the staff report. Well, what we did was provided him with a very specific in-depth proposal of available commercial properties throughout the county, which included several properties in Porterville. And we presented that to our prospects and then had a meeting with him to sort of vet each of those properties and each of those available land parcels. And then in this particular instance, our prospect said, so tell me about Porterville. And it was, and as Mr. Lawless mentioned, the conversation, and that's a good example since it's current, the conversation was different with regard to Porterville than it was to some of our other jurisdictions. Not that we would favor one over the other, but that I think it aligned with, as Mr. Lawless mentioned, it aligned with the direction that the city is attempting to go with regard to renewable energy and that sort of thing. So we recognize that every project coming in our door is not a fit for every community. Some are better fits in other communities than others, and it's our job to sort of facilitate those conversations and get those conversations going, if that makes sense.
And if I can add, the conversation went to a piece of property that wasn't even one that we discussed through the conversation, because it was more about, as I shared, from and there's challenges. So with hydrogen, there's challenges because you need customers, which really needs 99. Because they call it the hydrogen highway, the future hydrogen highway. I talked through this with Ted Smalley about, all right, tell me all you know about hydrogen highway, and that is so. As vehicles, I mean, these are 20-year conversations we're having now, where the fossil fuels are phased out and hydrogen becomes that. That's one of the. Every community has strengths. The strengths are, we're far ahead in the conversation with regards to how hydrogen meets local needs. Variety of weaknesses is that the 99 is in the end going to be, that's where trucks are going to be going up and down that are all hydrogen fueled. So, but it's not there yet. So it's looking at what meets, and that's why it's uncertain. That's why you look at where things eventually line up, and maybe it's phased and has different, but it all starts in one step.
And I think this speaks to the point that the gentleman made during his oral comment to you earlier this evening. Is in the past we've come up with plans and we've said, well, you're not on 99, and so we can't really do anything. And I appreciate you saying that report and that SWOT analysis was generated under a previous administration, because I don't look at Porterville that way, and I think it's opportunities like this that, as the city manager pointed out, it's not going to be a huge job creator if a project like this comes to Porterville, but it's a sign of economic activity. I mean, they are a business that would come in and pay taxes and that sort of thing, but they would also contribute to the city's goals in terms of renewable energy, that sort of thing. So I hope that helps lend a little bit of context as to what we do. It's challenging in that most of the conversations that we have, particularly with prospects, have to stay confidential, because we don't necessarily want it out in the media that they're looking and they're coming and they're doing these things in case it doesn't pan out. So it is a little challenging in that regard to show activity, but our organization is committed to the transparency that we've attempted to show through our reports, and I will be as transparent as I can without jeopardizing confidentiality of our prospects and the folks that we work with. So.
Mayor, may I comment?
Yes,
I'm
please.
just going to comment because I know that our staff has indicated that you have been in communication with them numerous times, and that is to be appreciated. Again, you're left with the document, you're left with what was there, and I was one that got a little ballistic when I saw the airport on there in that previous analysis, where we have some things that are, I consider things that are for economic development and growth, and especially with the relocation of the casino and different industry that will be forthcoming, I hope.
Right.
So with that being said, I'm just making that comment.
I know previously when the city was a member of the organization, that there were, especially towards the tail end, and every year that it continued, and maybe that it maybe wasn't as positive as it could have been, it became a, we've been in this long, 20 years, and this hasn't happened, or that hasn't happened, or 20 years the last time that happened. I think, and of course it's up to the council to talk about rejoining, but I would, I guess, encourage us that if we ever thought about it, that we put a time limit, that we have a serious discussion with the EDC before we get to a 5 years and this, or 10 years and that hasn't happened, or 20 years. I mean, because that's way too long to go without having, and some of the things that you're saying, Councilmember Stowe, it's way too long to go without getting that out. And I can't speak to what the other communities tell you. I don't know if they tell you similar things to what we're saying, but I would encourage us, if we even consider it, and if one day it were to happen, that we have a whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, that a hard date that that we're going to talk about stuff. So, and like I said, it's up to the council whether we rejoin, but I just don't like the thought of course, I love the thought of having every year be awesome, and locations in every city, and Porterville getting locations, but I don't like the thought of having to worry about a sequence of years where things are just not progressing.
Well, if I could speak to that a little bit, some jurisdictions, and it's not appropriate for me to specify which ones, have considered multi-year agreements with us, but at the moment everybody's year to year. So, the way I look at this is if we're in the third month of our fiscal year at this point, if we don't deliver something, or at least continue our forward momentum in the next 9 months, we're going to be up here having this conversation again. And I fully understand that, and I think our board understands that. We can come up here and promise everything in the world, but we have to deliver. And I appreciate your comment that, every year is not going to be a home run where we land project after project after project after project, but you all have to see positive forward momentum. And that's what we're going to try our best year after year to deliver. And I hope that the flavor that you saw from our board indicates that. I would also say that our board meetings are open to the public. They are the fourth Wednesday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. You don't have to be there in person, although we do have breakfast, but you can attend virtually, and I would encourage anyone to take a look and see what we're about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, but Your Honor, I told the last administration, if there's any type of change that was good and favorable to us, that I would be the first one to make a motion that we join. And I'd like to make that motion that we rejoin EDC for, Tulare County, for the year, and go year to year for $25,000 and to see what's happened. I see some change. I see some good change. I see people, coming and talking to us, people that are working with John and Jason, and before it was stagnant. I mean, we were just giving them money for, and the water was stagnant. Wasn't any kind of movement at all. But now we have a little movement in the water, and I think we ought to, come back and see what they can do for us and help them out and help us out too, hopefully.
Mayor, may I comment? I'm going to go ahead and make a second, to Councilmember Stowe's motion for the year-to-year and go from there and rejoin the EDC. But I would like to make a comment to this regard, because this is important to the city of Porterville. This is important for the economic growth and development of this community. I sat in the audience for 13 years before I came up here, and your predecessor in those years, and then when I got onto council, he only presented himself 4 times. And all he did was provide his PowerPoint presentation, and it's a little harsh, but only changed and modified it. So that's all I'm going to comment. So this is important to the city of Porterville. It was important for us to see and attend the meeting and to watch the dialogues, but to get the package with actual information and documents that go along with what you're going to present says a lot. And to look at the financials and the fact that you outsourced it to a CPA is something that was important to know as well.
If I could briefly for the rest of the folks on the dais, and I appreciate that, Madam Vice Mayor. All of the accounting for our organization was done by my predecessor, and I don't want to say anything specifically, but my personal philosophy of running a nonprofit organization, Mr. Mayor, you've run a chamber which is very similar to an EDC in many respects. My personal philosophy, particularly in a small organization like that, is basic internal controls and separation of duties. It's not appropriate for the executive to do the accounting. I just don't think that's appropriate. So one of the first things that I did with the support of our board was to outsource it to a company here in the Central Valley that does specialize in not-for-profit accounting, and they present a much more detailed financial report. So that's why we did that, the way we did it.
I have no further comments. You have a motion and
Okay,
a second.
so we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? No? Okay, so we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if you will, Mr. Mayor, we'll bring an item back to seek a representative, which can be staff or elected official. I did note that the next meeting is the League of California Cities starts their annual conference up in Sacramento on Wednesday. So it might be challenging to have a city representative. You might have other city representatives who are going to have a similar quandary.
I should come back to the microphone. I will, that's a good point, and we may lose a lot of folks. So I will do a quorum call with the board, if you will, to make sure we have folks.
Thank
If
you.
we have to move that date, we'll move it.
But we'll bring an item back to consider appointment to that board.
Safe travels going back.
Okay, that brings us to item 18.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next scheduled matter is consider bid results for the temporary library project, and Mr. Sanchez will provide staff report.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. I'm sorry. On August 31st, staff received 2 bids for the temporary library project. The project includes the remodel of an existing tenant space for the temporary library at 50 West Olive, Unit B. The engineer's estimated probable cost was $138,000. The low bid presented by TMJ Construction was $177,362, which is 28.5% higher than the engineer's estimate. Once we include construction contingencies and construction management and quality control, it requires a total project cost of $212,834. Because the bids were over the 10% policy set by City Council, that's why we presented the item before you now. There's a chance that the city could receive other favorable bids if re-advertised, but chances are very small that happens. A little background on this project is that bids were set to open on August 10th, but no plan holders were on the list. So we extended the bid 2 more weeks in hopes of communicating with several contractors and gain some interest on the project. We got some interest but they weren't ready to submit bids quite yet, so we extended the bidding one more time to give them 1 week to put their numbers together, and that's the 2 bids you end up seeing before you. And again, it's over. It's just been a matter of circumstance with supply shortages, contractors just being too many projects on their hands. It's just led to a lot of cost increases. This project is the 3rd one that we've had before you here in a short amount of time that they have gone over. All of them have been estimates created in conjunction with our consultants. So we have had third-party input on these costs, and we have felt that they've been good numbers, but the market's told us otherwise. And so, again, the funding for this project was approved in the fiscal year 21-22 budget with library fire insurance proceeds as a funding source. An additional $47,234 is required to fully fund this project should council determine to award the project. And that completes my staff report.
Are there any questions? Okay, council, so it's back to us.
Mayor, may I comment?
Yes, please.
I'm going to comment with regard to the interim library. When we set out on our priority projects and some of the items that were of importance and priority shortly after the fire, we had the discussion about the interim library, which was one, and it was a project that has been in the woodworking discussion for a while now. I know that there has been an increase in cost, but that's global. It's not just this. Because construction, it's straight across where a lot of the bids have been sent out. They've come back with a little bit more than what was anticipated, but it's because of the materials, it's because of things that are not accessible. I really want to make the motion that we accept staff recommendation and award the temporary library project to TMJ Construction in the dollar amount specified, and to authorize the progress payments up to the 95% of the contract amount, including the 10% contingency for the unforeseen construction costs, and to authorize $17,736 for the construction management, and to authorize the additional appropriation of $47,234 from the insurance proceeds to fund the project.
Your Honor, I'll second just for purpose of discussion. I have a question for Mr. Lawless. Mr. Lawless, the money that we're using for this temporary library, can we use it for the permanent library?
No, this is from a separate pool specifically for interim actually, question best answered by Patrice Hildreth, who's the risk manager, who we've talked about this with the council, so I'll defer to Patrice. This is from a separate pool of funds that is not, you can't roll it over into, it's another layer of funding that is part of the recovery process.
And with the insurance company, you know, they come through, how long do you think it would take before we have the funding probably for the main library, but how long do you think it'd take to build it for the permanent library?
For the permanent, well, at least a year. You're looking at least a year of construction. You had a 80-unit apartment complex that's going to take a year to construct. So I mean, that's just from a scale perspective. So, and you're going to look at least a year of design. So for a permanent facility, you have at least a year of design and at least a year of construction.
So we're probably looking at 2.5, 3 years before we have a permanent library.
So when we executed the lease, it was for 6 years. I would say from a process of conducting a needs assessment, completing design, construction, and we had the opportunity. It was built, I would say, built into. I would typically say, within 5 years. But we did have. Is it 3 with 3, Jason? Yeah. It was a 3-year with a 3-year, up to 3 years of extension. So the hope is that you won't need all 6 years. Part of the conversation tonight was getting forward and, because ultimately, once you have site, there might be acquisition, environmental, design, we covered this when we met with the library board, talking about all of the things that are going to be part of that process. I mean, I didn't even speak to environmental, acquisition if it's necessary, acquisition and demolition. It's going to be a completely, if you acquire something that, to give yourself a development-ready site. So, but it is, I saw Patrice kind of, she can speak to emphatically the pots of money that there's 5 or 6. Part was materials, part was cleaning of City Hall and fire station. You remember those funds didn't come or come at compromise of the full facility. Now, what isn't going to happen, and I've been very candid about this, is that a 40,000 square foot, insurance is not going to pay for a 40,000 square foot facility when it was an 18,000 square foot facility that was destroyed. So what that number is one that we are working with our third-party consultants and working on ensuring that we receive maximum value from insurance towards that. And so.
Thank you.
Is that I'll defer to Patrice to ensure. I want to be sure what I say is accurate.
Yeah, give
I'm
Patrice.
happy to elaborate, but you covered it well, John. Yes, there's different pots of money, and the funds from the proceeds that would go to fund the temporary facility is coming from an extra expense fund, and it is completely separate and apart from what would fund the permanent facility.
So in essence, if your house burned, you provide funds to live in a rental while you are building a new house to replace what you had.
Well, and really, it exemplifies the significance and importance of having these services reconnected with our citizens, because this is money that is eligible to be spent to get something up and running as soon as possible. That's why it's important that we get these services reconnected with the citizens. So, is there any other comment? I know that there was a motion and a second. Okay, please.
I just want to make a quick comment that, thank you for the question, Councilmember Stowe, about the funds. And there is funds specific for this temporary library. I also think that the temporary library is needed because of the current services. And that's kind of shown in the report from the library of what services that they're currently offering, and the community's taking advantage of them, of all the different services that are being currently provided without a facility. And then the last comment was, I don't believe that the temporary library will take away from the process and progress of the permanent library. I feel like it'll just enhance and provide services to the community.
I think, thank you for saying that, because I agree. I think that it will greatly add to the community's vision of what they want the final facility to be, just by participating in the temporary library and its what it has to offer the community. So, okay. Anything else? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
That brings us to the next item, 19.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is consideration of Proposition 68 per capita grant program, and Mr. Moore will again provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Honorable Mayor, and members of the council. The California State Parks Proposition 68 per capita grant program's purpose is to allocate funds for local park rehabilitation, creation, and improvement grants to local governments on a per capita basis. Grant recipients are encouraged to utilize awards to rehabilitate existing infrastructure and to address deficiencies in neighborhoods lacking access to the outdoors. The city received an award of $177,952 through Prop 68 per capita grant program funds, and there is no local match requirement. At its meeting on February 5th, 2021, the Parks and Leisure Services Commission reviewed some potential projects. These projects, along with the estimated cost, are as follows. The soccer mini pitch, lighted arena multi-use field, $180,000, sports complex, practice field lighting, the area covering the snack bar east to the ditch when you drive in, $600,000, sports complex lighted trail, $418,000, solar lighting, and then $1.6 million for a paved trail around the entire perimeter of the sports complex. Challenge fitness course, $195,000, a pump track, $175,000, large pavilion, $168,000, a band shell, $215,000, Zalid Park trail renovation, $132,000 for solar lighting, and $364,500 for a paved trail. Murray Park solar lighting, $180,000, and Centennial Park artificial turf, $75,000. The Parks and Leisure Services Commission's top three projects were sports complex practice field lighting, sports complex lighted trail, and a mini pitch artificial turf arena soccer field. During budget discussions, City Council also proposed installing lighting and shade at the skate park, which is another eligible project. The estimated cost of solar lighting at the skate park is $58,000. There are several options to shading a portion or all of the skate park. For example, an estimated cost of $317,000 would provide shade sails for a portion of the entrance area and also over the bowl. The grant application deadline is December 31st of this year, and the project must be completed by February 28th, 2023. Staff's recommendations that the City Council provide direction on a project for the Prop 68 per capita grant program, in which the City of Porterville received an amount of $177,952. That concludes staff report. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Council, are there any questions?
No questions, but as we were talking this morning, any project along the trails, I don't think we should consider, because as Mr. Lawless says, we can, use money from Measure R to, and that trail money to the, but we should use the money in parks that we can't get, funding for, such as on the west side. We never get grants or any kind of money for a Veterans Park or things like that. So I think we should probably use this money in, in one of those parks in a good use, or some way that where we're not, because we never, hardly ever get any grant funding for a park that's not in in an area that's low in income.
If I can just kind of speak to that. So I'm, the city is uniquely positioned with its Measure R for bike and ped, given that, so the city has 20 million allocated to it for bike and ped projects over the remaining life of Measure R for the next 15 years, which Ted Smalley's already indicated that it has a budgetary design to support both the city of Porterville and city of Visalia. Those are the two cities that have active bike and ped projects subject to funding, which Mr. Smalley's been talking about at least $1 million a year. I would, he was even saying $6 million over the next 5. Most recent conversations has been the city seems more better positioned right now over the next 5 years to spend more than $6 million, especially based upon the $8 million grant that was received for the Butterfield Stage Corridor. So in essence, essentially saying, if there are bike and ped projects that the city wishes to complete in the next 5 years, to use Measure R as a leveraging source. And we've continued to pursue other funding sources. Veterans Park Trail is a CMAQ. There's a CMAQ funded, it's funded by CMAQ, but there's going to be some shortages, and there may be some funding that needs to come from Measure R, and that's a multi-million-dollar project. And then there's new funding sources that are being introduced, even most recently, Beautify California, which talks about there's $300 million that's been allocated for local governments for community beautification projects, which park improvements are trail amenities and those sorts of things are some of the things that Mr. Sanchez can kind of speak to that, having attended the webinar. So there's other funding sources that are coming along to help with the active transportation programs, including grants that we can proceed and pursue, just as we did Butterfield Stage Corridor. You don't frequently get funding like you receive now, which you can use for I would say, have better flexibility for other park amenities. And I guess that's, so with that in mind, and look, so that really gets to, there's upwards of 10 million over the next 5 years. I don't want to, I will tell you, Mr. Smalley, if he would stay here, he'd say, John, you bring me $10 million in projects over the next 5 years, we'll figure out a way to fund it. So he's big on project delivery, and I would say we have big grand designs for trail improvements.
And I just think we should either spend this money at the sports complex or at Veterans Park. One of the two places that hardly get grant money for. And I think at the sports complex, we should put lighting out there, not necessarily along a trail area, but lighting for practices, for the kids for soccer, flag football or whatever they want, because, that's just a piece of property that's, we hardly get any use of it unless in the summertime. Wintertime, when we really need it, it gets dark at 5 o'clock and it's useless to us. The other project that I mentioned earlier was, shade covering at the skate park. I see mothers out there with their little kids and they're sitting in the sun. So that's one of the projects. And Centennial Park, the artificial turf, as I mentioned to Ms. Laws this morning, that I don't think I would put artificial turf out there because it gets hot, very hot in the summertime. And the event, it just radiates up that heat. I have it in my yard. It radiates up in the heat, and it's hard to sit on unless you sprinkle it. You have to use it early in the morning or late at the evening. But what I would like to see at Centennial Park is that they level it off and put in Bermuda grass and get out that, what's left of the grass is there. I can't think of the name of it now. I'm blanking. Level it off and put in Bermuda grass and proper sprinklers so we can use it properly. And as you see now, that little hump that they did level off, and there's a spot there that is always dry and bald. And we just, I think the Bermuda would take that a lot better. And I mentioned it when they put the grass in that it should be Bermuda grass, but of course, once again, I wasn't listened to. So it's usually just like at my house, they never listen to me.
Mayor, may I comment?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
As I was looking at the list, of course, the sports complex, the field lighting was an importance because it almost, to me, seems like it's something that should be completed out there because it's been long overdue. And I will echo the sentiment with regard to the shade covering at the skate park. Those were the two that I was looking at.
Councilmember Carrillo, did you have any thoughts on projects?
I definitely think the lighting project out there as well. I did have one question. The one that says pump track for bike riders or skateboarders, is that a project that we could use other funds for? Or would that be more fit for this?
I don't know, that's a good question.
I do have it included in the Prop 68 for the big grant application. If we were to get the award for that, there's a pump track in there for the 4th Street location.
I guess that's an important note. So this is a formulaic fund. We are, without, I almost hesitate saying anything to jinx it, but we have progressed through successfully progressed through several screenings of an application for a sizable grant for the development of the 4th Street site. So, but not, it's not 100%, but I'd say at this point it's now better than 50-50. So I think that's a fair, so somewhere between 51% and 100% is that. But you ask an interesting question. I never thought of that, which is, okay, so where does Measure R bike and ped trails fit within pump track stuff? And I think what Ted would say is that if you feel that meets, to have people active, because that's really what the Measure R bike and ped was, taking all alternative means of being active, then I would say that may be something you could incorporate within that. And you're looking at this gets to broader conversations about as you look to develop stuff out by Heritage Center, what are ideas or areas? Mr. Moore talks about one of these tracks being situated. Should we be successful at 4th Street with the indoor field house is what I'll call it, field house project.
Community center, yeah.
Community center project. That's a good question. I think he would say, you know what, if it's a active transportation involving bikes, yeah.
I've only
It's a
seen
good
one
idea.
pump track, and it was busy.
I've heard that as I've just heard it, that's something that it's kind of becoming a thing. Just like, what's the,
Paddleball?
pickleball, like that.
Pickleball or- When I was coming up, it was called paddleball, now it's pickleball.
Well, it's good to hear about some of the things that are popular. And I think when we look at what our strengths are too, I mean, the skate park is something that's unique to our community. And, of course, I wouldn't call it a downside, but there's a side to having lights and it being more available. But I mean, those are good problems to have with people using your facilities. But the lights and the shade at the skate park is important. But lights in general, I think, especially at the sports complex, has been something that people have been asking about for a long time. And there's a lot of mileage of goodwill that we could get with lights for some of the sports activities out there.
Your Honor, if I can, may I ask Mr. Moore, what do you think is a good project for this money? I mean, you have guys and staff that's in the trenches and know what's going on, so.
I think you hit it on the head especially on the locations. It's very difficult to get projects with the grant funding these days for veterans and sports complex. And so those would be two I would focus on. One thing that's not on here that's also been brought up in the past is to get some fitness equipment over on the west side, like at the Veterans Park, like outdoor fitness equipment type of thing. So that would be another possibility for a place at either of those locations, really. But I think Veterans Park, since it's so heavily utilized, that there'd probably be some pretty good use at Veterans Park for that. But I mean, it's staying within the 170, call it $8,000. I think we could get some sort of shade even if it's on the perimeter of the skate park, just to shade the parents sitting there, and then at, a certain time of the day, that would spill over into some of the skate park area itself, so you would get the parents and some of the kids using it, and you could probably do that and put some lights in, and that would all stay within budget. And that's something we've talked about, if we wanted to, if council add some money to the sports complex. We've talked about some sort of lighting out there, practice field lighting for a long time. We have the additional 61,000 that we've still carried over from way back when we lost the baseball field where the current courthouse is. And so you can add the 61 to the 178 or so. And, but that still obviously is not gonna cover very much ground at the moment. We'd have to add some money to the sports complex lighting, so.
Oh, and don't get me started on the baseball field.
There's just too many good projects on here. The wish list is too long. Like you want to pluck a bunch of them off there.
So you're looking for a definitive
Well,
correction?
we definitely.
And you can, we have
mean-
time. Mr. Moore, I appreciate we need to submit this, I think, by December 31st, right? Is the end of this year?
Yes, it has to be in by end of December to, they call it an application, but it's just a formality, just stating what our project's going to be. But it definitely has to be a project, not too large, because it has to be done by February 28th of 2023. So we do have a little bit more time if we
And we can bring
want to
something
bring
back.
something back or more.
I've already written down about pump track out of Measure R.
I think, and I guess maybe, because Milt, you've done a good job of highlighting some locations, and Mr. Moore acknowledged that the funding is difficult to find. So I think that those are probably on Mr. Lawless's list. And if anybody else has a suggestion now, then you can bring it up. And then maybe, Mr. Lawless, you can bring back some ideas that kind of think through the suggestions we made and bring back something that we could
So
take the next step.
Maybe we can bring an item back focusing just on Veterans Park and the sports complex. The other three, so Fallen Heroes, Murray Park, and Zalid are all eligible for CDBG funding or things of that nature. So we can.
Good.
Maybe Mr. Moore would like to entertain it again with the library or the Parks and Leisure Services Commission as well, focusing on those two parks.
We can do that, sure.
So time's on your side on this one. Here we are in September, and it's still not due for a couple of months.
And
So I
see-
appreciate him bringing it forward.
And if we had a decent parks development fee, it might have had more fun. than that.
Well, I know,
Sorry.
you do have your goals and objectives, which was that was a specific, so this was one that if that is, I guess this is really an early review of your goals and objectives. Are those really your goals and objectives? In addition to that, if there are other interests that are derived, then you brought one up this evening I never considered. And we'll look at I talked about Beautify California, maybe shade, I don't know. I don't know. We're talking about funding sources that we don't know a lot about right now. They're just becoming aware, webinars, there's a lot of draft guidelines that are out. So.
That's good.
So it's good to know what the priorities are, what the projects are, and then try to figure out how to fund them.
No, and I think it's great, and just to see this, monetary figure, and just to be able to talk about lights potentially is a great step. So, and other funding may reveal itself. So I think we're on the right track.
Okay,
So
so we'll
that's
bring an item back, really
satisfactory?
focusing on Sports Complex and Veterans Park.
Okay.
And that might also give a good time to talk about the Veterans Park, which is a CMAQ-funded project. This is where there's other funding sources that have been introduced other than your Measure R, which is federal grant funds for so CMAQ, congestion mitigation, air quality funds. So it's federal funding that's now been migrated over out of Bike and Ped. We're one of the I think we are the final CMAQ-funded Bike and Ped project. We kind of closed that window because now it's all moved to basically zero greenhouse gas emission reduction types of things, battery, electric buses, things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll be the second meeting in October after the Parks and Leisure Commission meets early October.
If that's okay, yeah, second meeting of October for week calendar.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so next item, which I believe is 20.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is to consider the designation of city representatives to the Board of Directors for the Porterville Airport Development Authority, and I think Councilmember Carrillo is going to have a conflict of interest on this item.
We'll just note, it's a previously disclosed conflict.
Yes. Oh, no. We got more items. So before you this evening, the council at its meeting on August 3rd, 2021, authorized the execution of the joint powers agreement with the Tule River Tribe. And we subsequently learned last week that the tribe has also given approval to that joint powers authority, to which before you this evening is to consider the appointment of the city's representatives to that to be newly formed joint powers authority. The composition of that board is 3 city representatives and 2 Tule River Tribe representatives. The representatives are Councilmember Santos and, help me, Julia.
Raylene
Oh,
Flower.
that's right. I knew it was not a member of council, so they went with who's executive director of their gaming commission. So it doesn't. They've gone with a member of the tribal council and a staff person, I would say, and then the chair, Chair Garfield, serves as an ex officio member, non-voting, and then on the city side, similarly, there's 3 city representatives, which do not need to be all elected representatives. And then I serve as an ex officio non-voting member as well. So city attorney did review, given Brown Act considerations with, especially with a member of council conflicted, that if 3 members served, I'm not a lawyer, so she can talk to you about her research, but essentially having 3 members of a 4-member council, that gets into some territory she didn't feel comfortable with. So recommends that no more than 2 members of council, should you choose to do so, no more than 2 be appointed to serve as city representatives, and then either a member of the public or a city staff person be the 3rd representative. Is that fair, Julia?
Yeah, just to add to that too, under JPA law, there's some limited circumstances in which the body can consist solely of elected officials from both entities, but we don't necessarily fit into that category, given and because it really has to do with bodies that are made up completely of state entities or local entities, and the tribe is actually is in its own category as a federally recognized Indian tribe. So there's that added issue, which makes it harder to have your entity composed solely of elected officials.
So that ultimately leads to a recommendation of the city council, consider appointing 2 members of the council to serve as city representatives to the board of directors for PATA, and to appoint either a city staff person or a member of the public to serve as that 3rd city representative. But it could be 1 member of city council and 2, it's just not more than 2.
Okay. So, and this is good
Who
because,
wants to do it?
yeah, we've been waiting to get this underway. I'm glad that the tribe finally approved it, and that we can get going with it. There's work that has to be done, hitting the ground running.
I'm glad you said there is a shot clock running, which is, there was a 60-day bid window, I guess, for the low bid, which is found to be a valid bid. The tribal council took an action to affirm that bid as a valid bid for the wastewater treatment facility. I think it was 12.2 million, I believe, is the bid that was submitted. So, but the award of that bid is made by this body, that is by the Joint Powers Authority.
Well, actually, we provide oversight. I don't know that we actually, because it is with the bid itself is with the tribe. The awarding authority is the tribe, but it's with concurrence by an oversight by the JPA.
Okay.
As far as, well, I guess we don't really know how much time this is going to take, and I know that we're, considering a staff member be part of it I mean, of course, that's I think good, but it could also take time. So is there anybody who's off limits because of the time that it's going to take away from maybe other?
Well, so Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Knight are going to be involved in this process one way or another. These facilities play important points in our infrastructure and our plan. So their time is already going to be. So if you're concerned about time, I mean, those two gentlemen are both going to be, and I'll defer to either of them. They're both, to this point, have been intimately involved in plans and things of that nature.
Yeah, and I would imagine that they've been asked to participate on panels and different things, so they'll be involved, but not at this certain level may not be the most benefit for them, as their hands will be in other levels of business as well.
Well, if not a member of the board, they will be at the board meetings because to ensure that the projects, these are, I mean, significant dollars being invested by the city into these projects. They'll be ensuring that it's being done. So it's.
I think both of those are workable and are not and don't necessarily need to be excluded from a legal or practical standpoint.
Okay.
You could actually do either or both of those individuals.
And then, when the makeup of our counterparts, when you mentioned who the members from the tribe would be, with a member of the gaming commission, I thought then also somebody with risk management background would probably be good to participate, because it seems like there's that positioning of someone there is, I wouldn't call it protective of, well, it is protective of the overall project, which is the relocation, but to have somebody, that has background knowledge of other things on this JP, I think is important. So also I was kind of asking about, if Patrice was off limits.
Well, let me talk for Mr. Knight and Mr. Sanchez real quick. It's kind of awkward for staff and electeds to serve together. Even as manager, I'll use the internal audit committee as a good example where it's an awkward balance being, I would say, equal in a committee to which you're not equal in stature, and so Mr. Knight and Mr. Sanchez may play better in a support role because they're going to be working. They would probably have the advantage of more information because they're going to be working on this consistently. And then and Patrice in her deputy city manager position, I think it's at a higher standing as well, I guess is what I would say, and especially with myself not being a voting member, to have her there would be beneficial as well. If that was if that was a staff person, that might be a good person.
Ms. Hilleth came up with a great name this morning, which is our ex-engineer, Baldo Rodriguez. So who knows, about.
Former employees and council people are definitely an option too.
Pardon me? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Julie.
Former employees or former council members are definitely options in this case too.
Okay. And, if it's okay with the rest of you, I can ask Tim, see if he'd be willing to sit on this committee.
I think, as far as, yeah, I mean, I think that's a great suggestion. Let me ask this question, Mr. Lawless. Are we, since there's 3 from the city, can we fill 2 and be able to commence our meetings without filling the 3rd? Or I guess that'd be a question for legal counsel, since we're up against the
Yes.
clock. And then
You can do that.
that would allow some time for mulling it over on the names that had been mentioned, and maybe seeing Councilmember Stowe about the opportunity of having Baldo, or seeing if his interest is there, and then going that route, because that's just a suggestion.
Absolutely.
You certainly can proceed that way if the council would like to.
Okay.
Or anyone else, if you guys have, someone that you have in mind, at least we can vote on it or talk about it and
Right.
decide, so.
And I think commencing with two members and being able to tell the potential 3rd member what the meeting's all about would be beneficial for them to know. And if they get in there cold like the rest of us, it might not be quite as rewarding experience. So, okay, so we can start with 2, and I think we should consider that. I know that, we've had. So let me ask this: is this separate from? This is an additional JPA, so it's separate from relocation, or will it be part of the relocation? Because some of us attend some of those meetings. Is it?
It's a good point. It's kind of similar one with Mr. Knight and Mr. Sanchez. So there'll be a lot of overlap in these conversations, which may have some merit of having, relocation. So right now, we have PATA designated representatives, which was under a different configuration. I would say this is a separate configuration, formalized. I would say the other has been your representatives through the relocation discussions. This will be very formalized, actions taken, minutes, it's a legal entity that will be formed. But there will be a lot of overlap with those conversations, especially as these are critical projects as part of the relocation. And we'll have future, it talks about transportation being a component of this, and so there'll be a living component of this going forward as it relates to what I would anticipate TCAG being involved in talking about transportation improvements in this area, given improvements to State Route 190 and other speak of a new bridge at Newcomb. So there's lots of projects in queue that TCAG through Measure R funds are going to fund, so having them involved. So in a long answer to a short question, there's going to be a lot of overlap.
Well, I will say this, there's a potential issue there. It's actually a good question, good issue to raise, because you want to avoid is having, by virtue of 3 members of the JPA inadvertently meeting in their other capacities, creating a meeting. So if you had, for instance, if you had tribal council member Santos meeting with the mayor and the vice mayor, and the mayor and the vice mayor are also on this JPA, that's a JPA meeting because there's 3 of them, right? So, I mean, the JPA has to follow Brown Act rules. So we have to be very, it creates some potential issues. But on the other side of the coin, it makes sense to some degree to be consistent with your membership here with, those that have been involved, but it's, you just need to be careful. No matter, it doesn't prohibit you from doing whatever you want to do as a council here with the appointments, but it will have implications that we'll have to just make sure we are careful to navigate through.
You could list it as a joint meeting, correct?
Right, but you'd have to list it as a meeting.
Okay.
At the very least, it would be a JPA meeting, right? So that's what happens, right? Any 3 council members get together to talk about city business, you have a city council meeting. Same thing happens if you have any 3 JPA members meeting. Talking about
does that
something
count
that falls into the
So I would say that makes the case for having no more than one, to avoid that because I wouldn't have even thought of that. So to avoid that circumstance, maybe best to have no more than one, and then a separate, so that if we don't have that quandary with the other body. Is that fair?
So-
Yeah, I mean, that would avoid that
So-
situation.
No more than one of the same council
I-
members. and
That's
then-
you're right. That'd be a spinning plate. I wouldn't want to have break.
And let me ask the legal counsel this, does that apply to ex officio members as well? Because the chairman is ex officio, and
Yeah, that's true. You have the chair, so you, that's a good point. I don't think so, because they're ex officio. It's not the same, you know, it's not the true elected, they're really there more in an advisory capacity.
Okay.
So I think you'd be okay.
So the feeling I'm getting is that, because currently now the vice mayor and I serve on the relocation. Is that correct? Because previously it was
Was me.
Councilmember Stowe and I, and then we had changed it to vice mayor
Right.
and mayor, so that, because we were also all having the vice chair dialogues. So what I'm hearing is that one of us is okay, and then a new person serving on the JPA with a third public person potentially being what the makeup is. And then that sounds like it'll keep us away from any
Unintentional Brown Act
unintentional Brown Act violations.
Yeah.
All right.
I would like to comment, because
Please.
as we hear dialogue and we're, getting more information out, that this is going to be a legal entity, and it will embrace future with regard to TCAG, which is the board I serve on, and in my capacity there as the vice chair. So you see where I'm going? There'll be some overlapping of others, which is what legal counsel was sharing. There'll be some overlapping of things that would be coming to
Right.
the table. Just a comment.
Okay.
You could have some overlap. We just want to avoid, there's two things we need to avoid here: serial meetings and inadvertent Brown Act meetings. So, but really the serial meeting issue is just being careful about what you're talking about when you are all together. The Brown Act issue is how many can actually be together when you're, with regard to the specific topic.
So, Vice Mayor, let me ask you then, do you think it would be more difficult for you to be on this as well as have to separate out the
Well, it's important to separate. There's no problem with the detachment.
Okay.
In other words, that is a process that we are pretty well aware of as council members, that if we have a conversation, we can't speak to the third one about it, because we have to stop it and not have a discussion to that regard. It applies to being on committees, to be able to detach, and if an item comes up, we have to excuse ourselves and not have that conversation for that.
Well,
it would be constituting as a serial meeting, and we have to be careful and not have that discussion, and not go into something that would cause, what's the word I want to use? The perception of conducting business without bringing it to the dais.
so I mean, I'm not sure if you're interested. I mean, I'd volunteer to do one position, but I don't know if you're, it could go either way. I think we both have
I think
enough.
I think we both have, I don't have a problem with being on here with the knowledge and the understanding that if the dialogue is going to move into something, we would have to.
Well, I think it's important that we have the mayor on it, because that was, so I really think that, we should have the mayor on this committee, to tell you the truth, because of the dialogues that goes on, and and he kind of represents us as a head of the, as our chairman or as our spokesperson, and so I think he should be on there, honestly, or he or whoever becomes, he's still the mayor, or whoever's the mayor, but.
I mean, I'd do it, but I think it should be related to the position, because I think just organizationally, when you have the chairman as an ex officio member, he's not going to be able to, he's probably not going to chair the meeting itself.
Are you the chairman?
What's that? No.
No,
The tribal chairman.
chairman.
So he's
Okay.
ex officio, so he probably won't be the chairperson. And I'm thinking in terms of what the structure is, because when Mr. Lawless illustrated the point about directors at different levels, and then like deputy city manager, there are some layering that happens. And so, I mean, I think that whoever is the mayor, whatever time that is, should be part of this JPA as long as it's going.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. I think that the trickier part is getting the two other council members to volunteer to be one of the two of you.
Well, we only need one, right? After you, we only need one more.
True. So, and that comes down to the discussion of whether with the vice mayor and the mayor, that becomes potentially a Brown Act. So that comes
Yeah.
down to being either,
I think Councilmember Stowe would be an asset.
are you,
Since he has had previous involvement with the committee that we serve on, as the relocation. It's an important, it's an important committee. I mean, this JPA is important for decisions to that regard.
I'm willing, but you guys have to take in consideration sometime, at some point, I may have to do it on Zoom because of the health issues, especially if COVID becomes pretty rampant. But I don't mind being on it because I dealt with it before, but just take that in consideration. If the meetings are in Zoom, if they can be in Zoom, and or both, but I will, I could attend in person whenever I could.
and I think that too, as the group is set up, the ground rules, or that can be made up as part of, how we meet, because it's kind of up to the body, how if they include Zoom is how they meet or not, and I think, I hope not, but we may all be meeting by Zoom at some point soon, so I can hope not, but I know I have Zoom in my future probably. So I guess the question is that satisfactory to?
I mean, Councilmember
Other-
Tate may have a huge interest in this as well. So
And
maybe-
that's kind of what I wanted to find out, if Councilmember Tate, if you had a burning desire to be a part of the JPA and.
Well, I'm real familiar with a lot of these people that are on this committee, as far as the Garfields and, the different families. I've watched, it doesn't seem like, I look at them now and I think, gosh, I thought I was way older, but we're not that far apart. But the Dabneys and all this, I kind of know them. I already have a rapport with them, so it wouldn't be uncomfortable for me. I'd have a lot of catch-up to do because but that's what I'm doing anyway. All committees, I'm trying to catch up, so I wouldn't have any problem being part of this. I'm comfortable because I do know a lot of the people that are involved in it, that are from the chart. And I have no conflict. So it's whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, well, I think we're at we're gonna need a motion at some point to make it official.
But as you said, we may be meeting at some point, depending on how the outcome of where we're going with these numbers with COVID, we may be doing Zoom anyway, one way or the other. I like to meet in person. I think Rob knows that.
We can flip a coin. It's better if you.
I saw you going for the button, Vice Mayor. Did you have a comment?
Oh, did you see me move my hand? Did you see me do this too?
There's a lot of decisions that are going to be made on here with regard to, especially with JPA, and a lot of things that will be falling into place. We're talking about alignments with other entities and other agencies. Okay. I'm going to make this motion, and we'll see where it goes, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to make the motion that the mayor serve as one of the council members on this committee. And I will also include Councilmember Stowe with the knowledge that his attendance may, because of to be attending, if not in person, as the future holds, his meeting attendance virtually. That is the motion I'm placing forth. And then it will come back for the third position soon as we get more information on that. But for right now, to get this JPA going with some of the things that have to be taken care of, I think that's my motion. No, it is my motion. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Appreciate the dialogue and appreciate everybody being so aware of the situation and the time sensitivities involved. And so we have a motion and a second. So we'll go ahead and.
Who's the second? Was there a second? Sorry, I couldn't, I may not have heard it.
Councilmember Tate was.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Okay, passes 4-0. I think Jason. Thanks.
Kelly, they tried to get you, but I told you I had your back.
Okay, that brings us to item 21.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item on order is the Cal Cities 2021 Annual Conference, proposed bylaws, amendments, and resolutions. Councilmember Carrillo, as your representative, I know is looking at the city council for what its interests are in voting on. And I would say the bylaws are a little bit more kind of nuts and bolts, just kind of, I would say most significantly in the bylaws is they're talking about composition of the board and making some, placing the special caucus, I think there's 5 of them, as placing them as board of directors on the League of Cities. Which they're now branding as, that's one of them, is call it Cal Cities now instead of the League of Cities as a moniker. And then those folks would be replacing who are the National League of Cities representatives for if you're following, keeping track of what they're doing. But it's basically composition of the board of directors. So there's some bylaws that will be before the membership at its annual meeting on Friday, September 24th. I would say, more importantly is the resolutions, which I would say there's one of some controversy, which is dealing with point of sale of internet sales, and especially as there's been a rise of agreements that have been struck for internet sales to single source, and it's caused some, I would say, dispute, even in our county, as it relates to, as an example, is Best Buy, which all of the sales tax proceeds from Bradley Burns, and this gets into a pretty detailed what Bradley Burns is, but it's the 1% of the regulated sales tax, which goes when internet purchases are made in the state of California. For Best Buy, as an example, it goes to the city of Dinuba. Similarly, in other jurisdictions, there's a number of cities that have distribution centers or sales offices that have been established where those sales taxes, even though the purchases are being made, for example, in Porterville, that 1%, which is usually the point of sale, because it's not actually happening in a brick and mortar, it's going to where the company says it goes to, and then the companies are entering into agreements for remittance. So this is getting into some next level stuff, if you see. So the companies are shopping for which jurisdictions are going to give them if I make you the point of sale, Dinuba, for this, you're going to give Best Buy back $1 million of their sales tax that was generated. In addition to that, there's an attorney that's also involved. So, and this item is being brought because of Ontario and the sister cities in that area there, where Ontario's had a couple of distributions established. And some cities are just simply saying, we don't have the space available, given how those communities have been built out, to even locate that. And then you have the impacts that are created because of that area being impacted by this. So it's kind of the insult to injury, they don't have the ability to enter into that agreement. And then secondly, they're impacted because of the the trucks and those sorts of things. So you have the resolution in front of you that's talking about promoting legislation, without legislation being on the table, but promoting legislation that would establish Bradley Burns as the basically the use side. So if you're in Porterville and you go on Best Buy to buy a TV, the 1% of the local sales tax would stay here as opposed to go to Dinuba, because it's an internet sale.
Okay, I'm in for that.
So that's what it's advocating for, is for Bradley Burns, the 1% for internet sales to be derived upon where it's being used, not where it's being sold from, because it's technically being sold from a sales office that's established in a single place. And then the other resolution is compelling the California Public Utilities Commission to, what they're saying is that the state should fund the CPUC to do their job, was to ensure that the railroads do a good job of maintaining their property, which we have some property, some railroad property still here in Porterville, maintained by the railroad, which is, I pointed that out in that, which is the Y, if you will, at Locust Street.
It has been an issue over the years.
Yes.
Well, I'm in favor of both, make the railroad take care of their property, and let's keep our point of sales here.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't have to vote on that, do we?
No, I think you're, I don't mean to speak for the council member, but this was part of it, which is, it's a good, as your representative is in voting on behalf of the city, these are the things that are before she'll be voting on it. And really to get direction as she goes to vote on Friday, September 24th.
feel good about I think the biggest thing is that none of us are like totally, opposed to it or what's happening. A lot of times, at least from when I've been there, it's sometimes things that have nothing to do with us, but that are brought by communities who have a very specific horse and a specific race, and they want something done. So it's usually not that contentious, except for one time it did get a little bit raucous there. So, but I commend you for asking us first, because I think in times that I went, I won't say that when we get it, well, I'll just say that it didn't apply to us as much as it did other people, so it was really not kind of the secondary thing. But so as this gets closer and these things get more important, I think it's more important we go over that, and that way when you're sitting at that table before you vote and the people are asking you what you think about it, you can respond with what we've said. So I'm glad you brought that forward.
All right, thank you. On to the final item, Your Honor. All right, so before you this evening is your regular item update on the status and review of proclamation of local emergency for COVID-19. Have just some notes I provide. So this was data from provided through Tulare County Department of Health from today. So just in summary, the City Council made its declaration of local emergency on March 17th, 2020. Last reviewed its local emergency at its last meeting on August 17th, 2021. Tulare County statistics, according to its website as of today, is that there's been 57,057 confirmed cases, which is, since your report 3 weeks ago, is a rise of 5,055. In the 93257 area code, there's been 11,583 cases, which is an increase of 1,009 in the last 3 weeks. Deaths is now a total at 872, which is a rise of 17 over your last meeting. Recoveries are at 52,387, which is 3,150 more than previously reported. And active cases now are at across the county is at 3,798, which is 2,453 more than previously reported. And in the 93257, there's 758 cases, which is 511 more than previously reported. Hospitalizations countywide is 180, which is 46 more than previously reported. Sierra View Medical Center is reporting 34, so 34 of the 180. Of that 180, 177 are confirmed, which is 51 more than previously. Sierra View Medical Center has 32 of their 34 confirmed. And then suspected, there's 3 suspected COVID hospitalized, which are 5 less than previous. But of those 3, 2 are at Sierra View. And in the ICU, there's currently 25 COVID patients in an ICU, which is 7 more than previously from 3 weeks ago. And it doesn't break it out by COVID under the Sierra View website, but it indicates they have 9 individuals currently in the ICU with 1 bed open. PDC remains in warm status, although I will tell you there's been conversations about having it reactivated as a regional care facility as there's been a spike in hospitalizations. CDBH back on July 28th, 2021 recommended face coverings for all individuals, public indoors. The CDC classifies Tulare County as reclassified Tulare County as from substantial to high transmission back in August, which means that it's experiencing more than 100 cases per 100,000 population over a 7-day period. So just some of those details. Sierra View Medical Center and the city and its vaccine incentive partnership had its first event back on August 19th with the K-Jug event, which saw 74 individuals take advantage of the vaccination effort. And then the community roundup hosted by Sierra View on August 27th saw 366 individuals participate. There has been some discussions, and I guess for direction from council tonight has been talking about I would call it a second shot event, or as a follow-up to that, there's a 3-week period until the second shot is eligible, that's where or viable, which would fall to Friday, September 17th. So looking at, do you follow a second shot or look at other vaccination efforts? So with that, happy to answer any questions. Recommendation of staff would be that the City Council consider findings that would necessitate continuation of resolution of local emergency and provide direction as well on any additional vaccine incentive efforts in the community.
Okay, council, any questions? No, okay. So you, one of the, yeah, we need a motion, but you're looking for the possibility of another event and a continuation of the declaration of emergency.
Right. So that would be an action, I guess. I think the city attorney did want an action last time we did this, authorizing the incentive for those events. So probably similarly as well. So I'm happy to, you've also had Family Healthcare Network come forward talking about wishing to, in support of its patients. So really looking for direction, how the council best feels comfortable in any future incentive. These are the two that have happened since your last action.
Okay. Anybody want to jump in there?
Well, you know, we made this decision as far as the incentives as a pilot project. And it appears that it's been extremely successful from the numbers. It exceeded our expectations. And we have individuals at that one roundup that I attended that we had Imperial Ambulance, we had Sierra View, we had city staff there, everybody worked together. And as a result of the success that we had, I think that it would be good to continue it. Everyone asked that day, are we going to get these incentives again? And they liked the idea that they were contributing, they felt in their own way that they were contributing back to the community because they knew the money was going to be spent back into the community and help the economy. So it was a combination of positive things that came from it. So I support it, and I'm willing to volunteer my time to work at another one because it gives me a great opportunity to get to know our residents that are there and to encourage them because I've already had my shots. I know what the side effects are. I can kind of talk to them a little bit and make them feel a little more comfortable, I hope. So I'm all for continuing it since it has shown through this pilot that it was successful. And I expect that since they're asking questions, we're getting phone calls, I hear about it. Some people were getting their second shot there that day, and they got their incentive coupons. So, and then there's others that will be coming back, and I would imagine there's going to be more that be coming to get maybe their first shot. So it works. So I support it.
You're willing to put that in a motion?
I'm willing to put that in a motion. I motion that we support the continuance of the COVID incentives and continue to reevaluate the numbers as we go.
Does that include a continuation of the proclamation of the emergency?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will second.
Okay, and that, just to clarify, that's for the 17th is the date you're targeting, or?
That's what I was going to ask. So that would be before your next meeting, so we could provide results at your next meeting on the 21st as to what that is, and you will have looped again through, I guess you're going to reevaluate on that.
I think it's something that we need to continuously reassess. And I hope it gets out there publicly as we succeed, because the more people we get vaccinated, the more lives we save.
Instead of a single day, do you want to have it, I'm trying to, they have it's an odd, I call it odd, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's a different schedule. And so instead of having it one day, would you?
For that event.
Right, would you prefer it to be over a certain number of days? Maybe that, I don't know, from
Well, if event's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, let's do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday for that event. That, beginning the 17th or 16th or whatever.
I guess it's really a question. Do you prefer it again to be on a single day, like they would do like a roundup, or perhaps in that whole weekend? Because I don't think it's, I'm just thinking of myself, if I wasn't able to get my second shot just that exact day, it could be even a day earlier or a day later.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. There may be some scheduling that may work.
You also commented that you thought it would be good to have a mobile unit at our events, which I think is a good idea because we had a good turnout for that as well. And so
Yes.
that would be another opportunity for them to be able to get that second shot or that first shot and receive their incentives.
So would you be comfortable with that as well as another, like a mobile, you approve Music on Main as an activity to have something out at Music on Main as an activity. We have Family Literacy Day on September 25th. It's a later date. So that's coming up. That's already one, with council's permission, kind of planning towards. We haven't got that far in it, but we had talked about that as a potential where you're able to engage families and that sort of thing at an event at Centennial Park. So.
We might get a lot of 12-year-olds and up that way.
So how many, and I'm comfortable supporting these events, but I'm also comfortable taking them in a chunk. That way we can assess how it works. So what you've mentioned so far sounds attractive. I mean,
It's 3 days. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 6 is when they're opening at the clinic for vaccines. It's 3 days for that 9 to 6 timeframe.
Okay. And so there's that, and then you also mentioned the Family Day.
Which is coming out September 25th, you mentioned. But then we also had the Music on Main events, which were approved earlier this evening, which I think that was that same Friday. So you may not want to do something in competition with that necessarily if you're doing something with Sierra View, because they wouldn't want to.
Okay.
This is going to be wildly popular. You're going to have folks coming through for second shots and folks also probably pursuing their first. So it is not unreasonable. You may have 1,000 people that come through on a particular day, which maybe there's a little bit balance if it happens over a couple of days.
And I really think that we should do the one with Sierra View because I think we'll get more people. Music in the park doesn't attract that many people, and usually it's elderly, it's probably already had their shots. Most of the time that when I come by or, I come out and listen, it's maybe 15 or 20 people, but.
We had, was it 76 at the?
Yeah, that was K-Jug.
K-Jug.
That was.
Okay.
What I found is that there was just a lot of folks that came out to get the shot.
Yeah.
Some stayed for the concert. I mean, there were concert goers that actually walked over and took advantage of it, who had been, it was kind of neat to talk with them, I'll admit it, most of them were guys that said, no, I'm not going to get it, and the wives were like, I got it, and here's your chance, so go get it, while they were at the concert. So,
However, if Sierra View wanted to do a mobile at Music in the Park, just real quick and see what they get there and do the same, the more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
If it's okay, we'll just take an action to support it, obviously, as part of the motion, but to work with Sierra View and continuing to do incentive efforts. Okay.
Well, I think
just as a disclosure, this could be 1,000 people that come through, which under that program, that would be $100,000. Just, it's got that potential.
Mayor, can I add
Yes.
something? So I do like the idea also of the multiple day because I feel like it'll help spread out the crowd a little bit. I feel like these guys probably could have went longer that night if they would have had more vaccines and more gift certificates, and they ran out and stayed later than expected. So I think the multiple day, plus it will be advertised, and the word of mouth just from the first event. The other thing is, I think having a healthcare facility like Sierra View involved eases the mind of some of those that are kind of worrisome about the vaccine. The other thing is, it's a good time because of the schools back in session. I think the cases are starting to rise because of that. So I feel like more people, families are starting to want to take advantage of it, including a lot of high school students. And then just the businesses, having them, they're incentivized just like our community is, who are getting the shot. But I did like the idea tonight of the multiple day, just because of the crowd. I feel like it's probably going to be more than they experienced at Sierra View.
Well, and another thing too, not to speak out of turn, but having all these different entities working together as a team, and it really, actually, we could have used more hands on board the day I was there. But we did all right because of the people that were there. They were there for us to help them, and they let us help them. So, but I think we wound up getting out of there we were going to do it as long as we had arms to give shots and we had the vaccine available. We ran out of, after the 250, we ran out of the coupons, but they accepted our little makeshift IOUs that we gave them, which was fine for them, and we assured, and then they wanted to know, well, is this going to continue? Are we going to continue to get these coupons? And I said, well, I made an administrative decision right now to make sure that you get these IOUs. There's a commitment there, but we'll have to vote on it, and that's what we're going to do right now, is vote on it.
Mayor, may I comment?
Sure.
I'm going to echo, I don't have a problem with the advance to that, but I want to think that in the last go-around, there was an emphasis that these funds are coming from the American Rescue Plan, because a lot of people, the city, they're from this, I said, no, it's the American Rescue Plan. That's where those funds are allocated, and that's where that money is coming from. So in the promotion and in the advertisement, with the emphasis of where these funds are coming from.
Yeah, and that was clear by the council, and that's been part of the
Thank you.
in any press releases and those sorts of things, that it's the city's American Rescue Plan funds that are being used as funding source.
Thank you.
And clearly intended for the purpose that
Well, this all started as saying this is one of the things the federal government came and said, we want you to use the funds for, is to enhance, and they're the ones that, you may recall, I said, they came up with the $100 incentive challenge, I guess is what I would call it.
Yeah, and that's what, when you mentioned the money, of course, that it's a scary figure, but when it's based on one of the few things that will have very little chance of being audited, I mean, it is almost purely the intent. So I think that it's not quite as scary when we know what it's there for. So we have a motion, and did we had a second?
And we've had our discussion.
And we've had plenty of discussion, so we'll call for the vote. Okay, passes 5-0. All right, and that brings us to oral communications. Is there anyone who would like to address the council? I don't see any in the chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom?
There's no one on Zoom wishing to speak, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to other matters, and we'll start with Councilmember Carrillo.
Thank you. I guess just a few things. One, I would like to acknowledge the firefighters and the communities that are dealing with the fires in all the different areas and all the other destructive things that are going on right now, even through this pandemic. I think, as you know, I have a couple of brothers that are firefighters, so I hear, you know, the stories about the things that they're going through and the other firefighters, and we often have to check in on them and just see where they're headed and when they're coming home, and keep an eye on that. But it reminds me of all the other families that are dealing with that, you know, whether their family's a firefighter or their communities are being, you know, affected by the fires. Just want to mention that. The second thing is I want to thank the chief for acknowledging the 2 officers tonight, and bringing them here with their families. That's really meaningful. I think just as not just a council member, but as a city community member, and being able to hear the acknowledgement of that. So thank you for that. And then I just want to, you know, acknowledge the families that are dealing with COVID right now. You know, I've heard a lot of stories from friends and family, and not just dealing with COVID, but having other health issues and having to use the hospital facilities right now. And I've shared a couple of stories of 3 friends and a family member that have had to deal with going to hospitals in Visalia, Porterville, and Fresno for different things and serious things, and not being able to get into the hospital emergency. You know, I have a brother that broke his leg, and he's a firefighter, and he could not get in to the hospital. And the way he described the hospital is just unbelievable that that's happening right now in our communities. And then I have a coworker whose daughter was having seizures, and she couldn't, you know, had to wait to get into the hospital, and then was taken to Valley Children's. But I mean, just the family wasn't able to be with those people, and those are not just COVID. Those are just people that need emergency care. So I just, you know, want to plead with the community, not the ones that already made the decision they don't want to have it, but the ones that are considering it or worried about it. Get more information however you can, to get good information that will help you make a good decision about getting the vaccine for yourself and your family. I think those are the only items tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the Leadership Porterville event. It was very nice and well done, and congrats to our 2 city candidates, 2 young promising leaders that will someday be head of a department here, I'm sure. And that's the way to have people that can step in and take over when someone leaves, without having to worry and redo the whole process again. And I too want to thank the firefighters, and prayers to the families that have been burned out and flooded out back east and blown out back east. And it's a, you know, troubling time, but, you know, this too shall pass, as he says. And definitely congratulations to our 2 life-saving officers. You know, and I too want to thank you for acknowledging them, and I want to thank them for their bravery, their courage, because send someone that's hanging in a tree to go up to pull them down and start resuscitation is, you know, that can't be easy. I mean, that has to play with your mind, and I'm sure they didn't sleep, you know, for that night, or probably 2 or 3 nights, or if they're sleeping now. But, you know, that's not an easy task. And I want to tell everyone to think positive and test negative. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Tate?
I would like to thank all of the city staff and my fellow council for basically all of your, I feel like a trainee, you know what I mean? I feel like everything I do is a learning experience at this point, and I look forward to the challenges that are presented all the time. And I know that that right now I'm trying to catch up with the history. And you guys have been really, really good. And just I want everyone, all the residents of our community to know that you have all, I don't come in here without any knowledge at all. You work with me every single week. We talk about all the supporting documentation that helps guide us to make the decisions that we do. That I'm not just attending this, that there's so much work behind the scenes that no one has any idea, and everybody works really hard. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I will echo some of the sentiments, but I'm going to express gratitude to the Public Safety Department, inclusive of police and fire. Your work does not go unnoticed, and I know that both departments have been very busy in everything that they're doing. Chief Lapierre, you're constant, and this is the busy season and it's overwhelming sometimes. To be able to maintain and to sustain, and the difficulties sometimes are overwhelming. But you have a lot of support, and you need to know that. Chief Costello, you've been very busy out in the community. I applaud and commend you for that video at the roundup. I wanted your autograph. It was very well presented, and your community support and the fact that you were out there with some of the officers is very noticeable. I attended the Treasures thrift store grand opening on the 18th. It was nice to see the community support for and the Central California Crisis Center Board of Directors at the ribbon cutting. On that same date, I attended the grand opening of the Granite Hills Law and Justice Center. I felt safe because Chief Costello was there, along with all of his officers. But I'm going to say this, the visibility of being out in the community, especially from our public safety, says a lot, that you are attending these events and that you're going and that you're introducing yourself to the community. Because some people raise their children to be afraid of all the officers, but you're making it known that they don't need to do that. And the fact that it was, this event was well attended, and that there were numerous officials in support of the venue. And pretty much that about sums up what I'm going to say this evening. And I want to thank my colleagues on the dais, because we get into some pretty good discussions, don't we? That's all I'm going to say to that.
One thing, Your Honor, with that, speaking of colleagues on the dais, we thank everybody, but I want to thank you guys for being a caring group for this community. I really appreciate that. I mean, you don't come in here and you have a personal agenda. You think about the community as a whole. And I personally thank you. I thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Well, that's because we work from some very good models, and you happen to be one of those very good models, so thank you, Councilmember Stowe. I think that what I wanted to say is that, you turn on the news and you see storms, floods, COVID, fire, and as Councilmember Carrillo kind of alluded to, that there's this kind of chaos out there, and there's a certain numbness to the chaos of, I've heard stories about the emergency rooms, and it's a very difficult time right now. And then add on that we're about to come to an anniversary of one of the most painful moments in our country's history on September 11th. So as you try to attend a memorial or pay tribute in your own way, just realize that it's, with all that's going on, you may feel numb to some of it, but it's not our fault. This is all happening at the same time. We've got to try to stay together. We've got to try to stay positive, and that's why I appreciate comments from Councilmember Stowe, because it's comments like that that keep me trying to go in a positive direction. So just be there to support people, because with all those things I listed, somebody in the next 2 weeks, month, is gonna have a painful day for one of those reasons, and just try to be there to support them. Try to be there to, when somebody can't carry on because all these things pile up, or just one of these things, just be there to support each other, because that's part of being in the community. And as Councilmember Stowe said, that's part of being here and caring about your community. So that's all I wanted to say, and I will turn it over to the city manager.
And this too shall pass, brother, and this too shall
I
pass.
do appreciate the comments of the council. It's been we have firefighters at the Caldor Fire still that are there, and actually they're going to swap out tomorrow. We're going to be sending 4 more of our firefighters up, and because they've timed out. They've done their 21 days, and now it's another team that's going to go up there for another 21 days, probably, in all likelihood, as that fire continues to rage. So appreciate the still, and fire season is still well going through. But in terms of 9/11, and I know this has been a lot of hard conversations going on between Chief Costello and Chief Lapierre, and just with some of the challenges their departments are facing, plus their calls for service, that, and 9/11 sadly is going to have to be recognized, I would say, not in a public forum, but just from their safety of their personnel and being able to continue to serve the community safely and within the confines that they have. So you'll see them do their recognitions via social media and those sorts of things, and just challenges that their departments are facing, and wanting to ensure the health and safety of their personnel through what is obviously building as well. So on that, and I do appreciate there's been a hard conversation over the last week, trending towards that. Which also 9/11, there's a number of folks that have birthdays, unfortunately, on that day. And so I have a number, I actually know more than one that has that. And so it's always kind of a sad, tough circumstance for those individuals. But Mr. Ridenour is one of those individuals who turned 18 actually on 9/11. And so I think of them as well, as that forever their birthdays are tethered to that event. So, happy birthday.
Thank you, staff, and Mr. Lawless, for everything you do, providing us with good information, support, and dialogue throughout the meetings. And thank you to all the staff that is here on Zoom. Thank you for sticking with us to the 11 o'clock hour, and we won't, yeah, I see some people popping up, but I won't, okay, there.
They've been asleep all
I was
this
gonna
time
say
and
that-
decided to wake,
At 11 o'clock. So thank you, everyone, and we stand adjourned.